All right, I'm going to copy that over to YouTube. Yeah, guys. And I don't know, man. I have a new rule for Flame Trench that everybody gets there 30 minutes early so we can make sure everybody's mics and everybody knows what they're talking about with the topics and stuff. So I don't know. Here, anyway, this might be a 2-part thing, so we'll check it. I'll be right back. Stand by for YouTube start in 5, 4. Okay, welcome to the quick Space and Rocket Review. It's Friday, February 20th, and this is going to be a little bit of a weird space news here. I just really wanted to watch the Starliner press conference and get kind of a reaction to that. The thing is that this is pretty much going to be about 30 minutes long. And yeah, I just want to watch it. So I'm going to flip on the NASA coverage, and I'm actually just going to eat something real quick because I have to be on Flame Trench in 30 minutes over at NSF. I just want to make sure I'm up to date on this press conference because I haven't seen the whole thing yet. So we're going to do that, and I am going to eat something because I haven't eaten anything all day. So we're going to also watch this at like 2 times the speed. Or maybe, yeah, 2x speed might be able to get it done in time. Anyway, so let's get her done.
Space Operations Update News Conference, where leaders will discuss the findings of investigations into the 2024 crewed test flight of Boeing Starliner to the International Space Station.
Okay.
Administrator Eric Isaacman will provide some
I'm off mic
remarks and answer questions alongside Associate Administrator Amit Kshatriya, who will give closing remarks. If you have a question, please join the queue by pressing *1. We will attempt to get through as many questions as possible. Shortly, NASA will send a news release that links to the report, redacted to the least extent possible for your reference. With that, the Administrator.
Thank you, Bethany. For those that are joining us today, I would like to read a letter that I sent to the NASA workforce in just the last few minutes. So within the next week, Congress will be briefed by the Aerospace Safety Advisory Panel, and NASA's independent investigative report on the Starliner crewed flight test will be released publicly. So many of you know this program intimately, and some of you lived every development in real time. We returned the crew safely, but the path we took did not reflect NASA at our best. There is no expectation of perfection in missions as challenging as those that we are entrusted to undertake. Even with our best efforts and programs like CCP that have seen great success, mistakes will occur. What defines us is whether we learn from them, improve because of them, and strengthen confidence across this workforce and the nation that we serve. This requires transparency and accountability, neither of which can be selectively applied. In this letter, I will summarize the timeline, the organizational root cause, and the actions we are taking to restore trust and move forward. Let me begin with the most important point. Starliner has design and engineering deficiencies that must be corrected, but the most troubling failure revealed by this investigation is not hardware. It's decision-making and leadership that, if left unchecked, could create a culture incompatible with human spaceflight. To give you a little program history, Starliner was conceived under the Commercial Crew Program in 2010 with the intent to establish dissimilar crew access to low Earth orbit. After the retirement of the Space Shuttle, it became a national imperative to never again accept a gap in American human spaceflight capability. Now, the first test, Orbital Flight Test 1 of Starliner, was in December of 2019. A mission elapsed timing error prevented the guidance software from calculating orbital insertion burn timing, which triggered excessive thruster firings, incorrect orbital insertion, major propellant use, and 10 thrusters that were declared failed off. This mission was declared a high visibility close call. Orbital Flight Test 2, or OFT2, was launched in August of 2021. During the OFT2 launch countdown cycle test of the service prop module system, so this actually didn't launch, to be clear, but during OFT launch countdown cycle test of the service module prop system manifold isolation valves, 13 of the 24 oxidizer valves failed to cycle open, so they were stuck in the closed position, and that resulted actually in a launch scrub. So the spacecraft and the booster itself were rolled back, and the service module was removed, and it was replaced for launch many months later, which actually led to the Orbital Flight Test 2, OFT2, which did launch in May of 2022. Now, this mission proceeded mostly nominally compared to certainly the other mission. However, 3 aft service module RCS thrusters were declared failed off during the flight. Now, this led up to the actual crewed flight. So preparation for the crewed flight, OFT, and OFT-2 investigations did not drive to or take sufficient action on the actual root cause of the anomalies that we observed. The investigations often stopped short of the proximate or the direct cause, treated it with a fix, or accepted the issue as an unexplained anomaly. In some cases, the proximate cause diagnosis itself was incorrect due to insufficient rigor in following the data to its logical conclusion. Now, we still stepped into crewed flight test, so CFT, which was launched in June of 2024. Now, after a lot of delays and an unexpected helium leak, NASA and Boeing launched astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams aboard Starliner. During the rendezvous and proximity operations, propulsion anomalies cascaded into multiple thruster failures and a temporary loss of 6 degrees of freedom control. Now, the controllers and the crew performed with extraordinary professionalism. Flight rules were appropriately challenged, control was recovered, and docking was achieved. It is worth restating what should be obvious. At that moment, had different decisions been made, had thrusters not been recovered, or had docking been unsuccessful, the outcome of this mission could have been very, very different. The astronauts did remain safely aboard the International Space Station while they were advocating for data, for more testing, and for leadership engagement necessary to complete their mission safely. On the ground, joint Boeing and NASA teams conducted tests, reviewed data, and evaluated next steps. In September 2024, Starliner undocked autonomously. It did experience an unexpected crew module propulsion failure and landed successfully, though zero fault tolerant in the crew module thrusters throughout reentry. Butch and Sonny subsequently returned safely to Earth aboard SpaceX Crew 9 in March of 2025. Now, talking about the investigation, mistakes incurred from program's inception and continued throughout execution, including contractual management, oversight posture, technical rigor, and leadership decision-making. Boeing built the spacecraft, and from the onset, NASA approved variances, and we agreed to fly it. As development progressed, design compromises and inadequate hardware qualification extended beyond NASA's complete understanding. Now, variances exist across all major aerospace programs, and by themselves are not unusual. The engineering reality, however, is that Starliner, with its qualification deficiencies, is less reliable for crew survival than other crewed vehicles, and that was as noted by the report. But at NASA, we managed the contract. We accepted the vehicle, we launched the crew to space, we made decisions from docking through post-mission actions. A considerable portion of the responsibility and accountability rests here. Now, talking about root causes, we have identified organizational root causes. The technical investigations to identify the proximate or direct causes for the service module and crew module thruster anomalies remain ongoing. So I think acknowledging that present-day reality is essential to mission success. So to the root causes first. NASA's limited touch acquisition and management posture left the agency without the systems knowledge and development insight required to confidently certify a human-rated spacecraft, and insight versus oversight was not applied consistently. Second, Boeing's propulsion system design and certification approach allowed hardware to operate outside qualification limits, which is incompatible with crew safety margins. Third, NASA's programmatic desire to maintain two dissimilar crew transportation systems influenced technical and operational risk discussions. Now, it is through that lens that we examine leadership decision-making through the various phases of the mission. Pre-launch. More than 30 scheduled CFT launch attempts created cumulative schedule pressure and decision fatigue. Prior OFT thruster risk was never fully understood, corrective actions from OFT-1 were incomplete, and flight rationale was therefore inadequate. Witness statements routinely reflected a belief that management within the commercial crew program could only succeed if Starliner launched. Now, on orbit, disagreements over crew return options deteriorated into unprofessional conduct while the crew remained on orbit. Witness statements described an environment where advocacy tied to the Starliner program viability persisted alongside insufficient senior NASA leadership engagement to refocus teams on safety and mission outcomes. Now, post-mission, despite the loss of 6 degrees of freedom control and cost thresholds exceeding a Type A mishap by a factor of over 100, a mishap was not declared. Concern for the Starliner program's reputation influenced that decision. Initially, our commercial crew program investigated itself. Ultimately, these decisions were inconsistent with NASA's safety culture, and a subsequent independent investigation was commissioned, and the record is now being corrected. Today, we formally designate this event a Type A mishap to ensure lessons are fully captured for future missions. Programmatic advocacy exceeded reasonable bounds and placed the mission, the crew, and America's space program at risk in ways that were not fully understood at the time decisions were being contemplated. This created a culture of mistrust that can never happen again, and there will be leadership accountability. Now, our path forward, NASA will continue to work with Boeing, as we do all of our partners that are undertaking test flights. Sustained crew and cargo access to low Earth orbit will remain essential, and America benefits from competition and redundancy. But to be clear, NASA will not fly another crew on Starliner until technical causes are understood and corrected, the propulsion system is fully qualified, and appropriate investigation recommendations are implemented. A little bit to transparency. Transparency is not a weakness, it is a strength. We will release the investigation in full, redacted only where legally required or as directed by our commercial partner. Pretending unpleasant situations did not occur teaches the wrong lessons. Failure to learn invites failure again and suggests that in human spaceflight, failure is an option. It is not. America trusts NASA with the hardest endeavors ever attempted. The world looks to us for the discoveries, achievements, and leadership only this agency can deliver, and that requires putting the mission and the crew first. We will achieve success through extreme ownership, immense competence, and decisive action. Thank you.
And with that, we will open the floor to questions for reporters on the phone, and we will start with Marcia Dunn from the AP.
Yes, hello, Mr. Isaacman. Given that the space station only has 4 more years as of right now before it's decommissioned, why continue with Starliner at this point? Surely this investigation is going to be continuing on for a while longer. Why bother to keep Boeing on board at this point? Thanks.
So at NASA, we see near endless demand for crew and cargo access to low Earth orbit, well beyond the life of the International Space Station. One of our top priorities here in line with President Trump's national space policy is to ignite the orbital economy, which hopefully necessitates numerous commercial space stations in low Earth orbit, in which case, as I mentioned before, America benefits by having multiple pathways to take our crew and cargo to orbit. We certainly hope, and we intend to fully work with Boeing in the months ahead to get to technical cause of the thruster issues, to implement the recommendations from the independent investigation, and return to crewed flight.
And next, we will go over to Jeff Faust with Space News.
Good afternoon. Before this announcement, NASA had said that they were working towards a Starliner 1 cargo-only mission as soon as April, and if that was successful, that could be followed up by a crewed mission perhaps towards the end of the year. Does that schedule still hold based on what we have heard today about the various steps you believe need to be taken before Starliner is ready to fly crew, or will that schedule be altered in some way?
Well, I think a no earlier than date is just no earlier than date. I mean, what we don't want to do is perpetuate past problems by establishing, endless target launch dates that we were unable to meet. I think right now, our focus here at NASA is working alongside Boeing, again, to understand the technical challenges that have caused these service module and crew module thruster issues, to remediate them, make sure we have a full understanding of the risk associated with this vehicle, implement the recommendations from the report, and get back to flight. Now, if that happens to line up in April, then so be it. And if we can follow that on with crewed missions, that's fantastic as well. As I mentioned, I think there's going to be endless demand for crew and cargo access to low Earth orbit, well beyond the design life of the International Space Station, but we are not going to fly again, crew or uncrewed, until it's ready.
And next we will go to Eric Berger with Ars Technica.
Hi, thanks very much for doing this. A couple questions. First of all, Garrett, how widespread were the leadership failures in this case on NASA's part? And what does there will be leadership accountability actually mean? Are we talking about program changes at commercial crew, elsewhere here, or sort of what could happen?
Well, in terms of what were the leadership failures, to provide more specificity, leading up to launch, while the astronauts were on space station and we were evaluating what actually transpired and what are our options to bring these astronauts home, and then after they came home, there was a continuous, the overarching programmatic objective of dissimilar crewed access was continued to be introduced into the conversation when mission and crew safety should have come first. Now, that resulted for the various NASA workforce and contractors that were involved in this process, a breakdown in culture, created trust issues, and where leadership failed was to recognize that this was taking place and to intervene and course correct. There was always an option. Everybody, even if you don't follow spaceflight closely, knew that there was always an option that could have been sent up, was inevitably going to be sent up, that could bring these astronauts home. Pretending that that did not exist, and focusing exclusively on a single pathway that was and now quite clearly a mishap, created, a cultural issue that leadership should have been able to step in and course correct. What levels of the organization inside NASA did that exist at? Multiple levels, including, I would say, right up to the administrator of NASA. I can't imagine a situation like that why there would not have been some direct involvement to bring people back to the mission and the crew and figure out the correct pathway forward, which we ultimately did arrive at. But as I mentioned in my letter and my remarks, how we got there was not the correct way.
And next we will go to Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now.
Yes, hi. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us this afternoon. Given obviously that these are two very different programs, but that Boeing is the contractor behind both Starliner and the Space Launch System rocket, we're watching the tanking tests underway now. Are there any possible overlap between leadership concerns from how Starliner was handled to how the leadership where SLS is concerned has been running and is moving forward at this point in time? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. It's a good one, but what the administrator said is important is the alignment between the development methodology and the test and qualification methodology. So, in the environment where you're in a commercial crew, within a fixed price environment where you're providing services, you have limited insight and oversight. That works depending on the hardware richness of the program and the test approach. It doesn't work if you classically develop quality built in. So that's the real difference, is that those things have to be aligned. It's not about one versus the other. It's about making sure that you're testing and qualifying according to your development approach. And so with on the core stage, even on space station, the development approach is similar in terms of how it works with the company, but at the same time, the test and qualification, the fault tolerance, how that's levied, and how the certification is done does match up. And so in that particular case, we have less concerns because we're basically testing like we should according to the way we're building the hardware.
And we will move to Bill Harwood with CBS News.
Thank you very much. I think it's for the administrator. Given the amount of work you're talking about will be needed to hammer all of this out and get these changes made, obviously that's going to take some time. I know you guys aren't talking dates when a crew might fly on this vehicle, but it seems like with the deadline coming for station retirement, there has to be some point where you either have to get this going or it's not worth continuing. Is there such a point, or is the plan that you're going to press ahead with Starliner regardless of how long this takes and get it flying with a crew at some point? Thanks.
Thank you for the question. I think it's important to point out we are not starting from zero here. We are sharing the results of multiple actual investigations will essentially be coming to light in the literally the hours and days ahead. But work has been taking place continuously on this program. Obviously, at the time the astronauts were on orbit, we knew we had a problem that required significant attention. So much so that again we have declared it a Type A mishap. Boeing and NASA has been working to try and understand these technical challenges throughout that entire time period. Now, I did want to make sure I drew attention. We have not arrived at true technical root cause as it relates to the SM and the CM thruster related issues in this. It doesn't mean we may not be close to it. We are committed to helping Boeing work through this problem, to remediate the technical challenges, again, fully understand the risk associated with this vehicle, try and minimize it to the greatest extent possible, and if we can implement a lot of the report recommendations, then we will fly again. And I think that's important even outside the context of the International Space Station. America is not giving up its presence in low Earth orbit. We have an unbelievable internationally assembled orbiting laboratory right now that's enabled continuous heartbeat in space for more than a quarter of a century. That will not end with the International Space Station. There will be other space stations, I guarantee it, and they are going to require crew and cargo access to and from low Earth orbit. And I think the nation and the world benefits when you have multiple providers that are capable of doing that. Thank you.
And we will now move to Joey Roulette with Reuters.
Thanks. Question for Joe. As a result of this report and the findings in your letter, are there any penalties or punitive measures being taken on Boeing or against any NASA employees? And have you discussed these findings with Kelly Ortberg or any other Boeing executives? And what do they say? Thanks.
Thank you. Joey, I think kind of part of your transmission there was a little bit garbled, but if I think I've got it. If I don't, please correct me. At least throughout my evaluation of this investigation, which I began to get briefed on and started to dive into the reports and the witness statements almost immediately after I was confirmed in this role, I followed that up with a number of interviews that I wanted to have directly with those that were involved in either the incident itself or the kind of the post-mission investigation to kind of hear it firsthand, especially since time had gone by, and I wanted to make sure what I was reading actually was still as the parties that were involved believed it to be the case today. And I would also say that so in that respect, I tried to have as many conversations, get as educated as I could on the situation as possible while the multiple investigations were underway, including speaking multiple times with the ASAP committee. I would also say that that I did have conversations with Boeing on this. I think they put out a public statement. I completely concur with it. Just as we are taking ownership of our shortcomings, which I think is absolutely imperative for NASA to be able to undertake our world-changing mission in air and space, they are doing the same. And I believe, and I've spoken to a number of our team members here at NASA that work closely with Boeing on Starliner, that there has been some recognizable changes in their approach to the vehicle and a very concerted effort to adjust the culture inside that organization. So clearly, both NASA and Boeing had work to do, and we are doing it right now.
And now we will go to Kenneth Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. This is for the innovator. So you were saying that this result of an imbalance between insight versus oversight over Boeing. I was wondering, was this also this imbalance SpaceX just had to do a better job? And also, how are the lessons here that you're going to apply to HLS? Thank you.
He said was to you. I don't know.
Yeah, again, the point here is that we have to have a kind of risk-based approach to how we're doing insight and oversight. You can't apply the same method to two different development processes. And so, the one approach allows for kind of total openness and into the systems. One relies a little bit on kind of fixed deliverables and how that works. And you can't just kind of spread that out. It has to be tailored according to the risk in the systems, the propulsion systems, life support systems, et cetera, need to have more than, kind of a spot level of insight. And that's what we're trying to right-size. I think we've learned, through every iteration of the commercial services approach and, a lot of our contracting approaches to make sure that we are tailoring those things going forward in the existing developments we have that use the same approach. But again, the most important point here is that, it requires that intensive application of that per system, per company, per what they do for their development. And it can't just be assumed that they're symmetrical. And I think that's really the key here in terms of how we manage these programs going forward.
And now we'll head to Jackie Waddles with CNN.
Hi, folks. Thanks for doing this. Apologies, I didn't quite hear that last question. I hope I'm not repeating a new one, but wanted to kind of piggyback off of Eric's and Will's questions. If this is more of a systemic issue within commercial crew, does this raise any concerns that oversight is also inadequate for SpaceX? And then just as Artemis 2 is on the launch pad, question for Administrator Isaacson, does it raise any concerns for you that the safety measures in place are insufficient, not just for commercial crew, but maybe more broadly within the space agency? And if your answer is no, could you detail why you're confident that these issues don't carry over? Thanks.
Read the first part.
I didn't hear the first part.
Well, let me take the second part of the question, which is just how do I view Artemis 2 on the pad right now relative to this situation, and if I'm not concerned, why? And then if you wouldn't mind just repeating the first part of your question when it's done. As Ahmed mentioned, these are two very different contracting approaches. SLS is very much conceived through a traditional procurement process. We have lots of prime contractors, lots of subcontractors. NASA owns a lot of the design and the assembly of the vehicle. I would also say versus what was a Starliner, which was designed to be procured essentially as a service in that. you can certainly see in the report that a lack of, or an inadequately applied insight and oversight into the original Starliner program is because we had very high confidence from the get-go in the manufacturer based on their past performance on other programs. And we, even after the OFT1 and OFT2, we still gave a lot of kind of benefit of the doubt there when we probably rightfully should have unpacked it a lot deeper, and maybe we would not have flown CFT1 in hindsight on that. I think that's very different again from SLS. Leverages a lot of components that go back to the space shuttle program, procured and assembled in a more traditional way, and also with the mindset that this is now the most important human spaceflight mission in more than a half century. There cannot be enough eyes on this program. I've dispatched second and third and fourth sets of eyes during the Artemis 2 campaign. Amit has dispatched multiple sets of eyes on this. We have pre-FRRs down to the component level, the integrated level FRR. I mean, we are putting a lot of attention on this because this is a mission we do not want to get wrong. I will say, though, that part of the reason that we are having this discussion right now, leaning into transparency, and this is irrespective of the date that we're communicating, and it just so happened to be during wet dress, is to make sure we are sending the right message within the workforce of NASA that we have to make the right decisions in this circumstance. Leadership has to be appropriately applied because the situation we found ourselves in with Starliner, with CFT, could happen anywhere across the organization. And as I mentioned before, the approach we took is not compatible with human spaceflight, and we cannot allow it, or not permit it to continue. And if you wouldn't mind just asking the first part of your question again, and we'll see if Amit can answer.
Sure. Sorry about that. Yeah, it was kind of baked in a little bit to the answer there, but I was curious, since it seemed to be an indication that there was more of a systemic problem within the commercial crew program specifically. I was wondering if there was if the scope of the investigation included looking into whether oversight of SpaceX is adequate, if there was concerns that there's carryover concerns between oversight of Starliner and oversight of Crew Dragon.
Let me just to jump in without picking on any one contract or the other. I spent the first 2 months on the job trying to visit every one of the centers and gather input from the workforce and almost every one of our partners beyond just human spaceflight, our robotic missions, aeronautics. I would tell you that almost every one of them included in their formal responses back to NASA that they would prefer less oversight, more insight, less requirements. Right. So I don't think that ask is specific to any one contractor, but there are lessons to be learned here, which is again back to why you're transparent about this program. Certainly, taking that advice as it relates to Starliner did not lead to a good outcome. Right. I mean, this is part of why I put out my workforce directive to restore core competencies inside NASA, why we're bringing a lot of contractors back as civil servants, regaining some lost muscle memory on our engineering skills, so that we can look at situations again, regardless of contractor, and say, you know what, this is an area that is not necessarily critical to human life, and we can take more of an insight-based approach to this, or in fact, we can let the contractors tell us what is the best way to potentially achieve this outcome or solve this particular problem. And then there are other areas, regardless of the contractor and regardless of their past success, where we are going to want to have oversight, where our requirements are going to be very specific, because if we get it wrong, the outcome goes beyond that particular contractor, but has implications across America's space agency, and that's something that we can't ever allow to happen.
And this is just a reminder that if you have a question, to press *1 to enter the queue. Next, we will head to Richard Trebo with the Orlando Sentinel.
Hi, yes, thanks for taking my question. Now that you've reclassified Starliner on the same level as Challenger and Columbia, can you speak to the gravity of that and how you'll be discussing Starliner going forward? I mean, would Challenger and Columbia be in the conversation as you discuss these things for either the administrator or on it? Thank you.
I think just to maybe give a little background on what a Type A mishap actually means, and then if we want to go a little bit deeper than that, I can pass it over to Amit. First of all, I mean, we had a WB-57 aircraft that had a gear up landing not that long ago. Right now, that is initially classified as a Type A mishap. So, I would not. I mean, it's defined as certainly it can have a human health consequence to it, but also simply over $2 million in damages. So this is just about doing the right thing. It's categorizing the mission appropriately. If a gear up landing of an aircraft is a Type A mishap and no one was hurt, and we could declare that, then we sure as heck should do that when we had a very severe situation in space where we did lose for a period of time sixth-off control over the vehicle. Our astronauts spent an extensive amount of time on orbit, well in excess of the original mission design, and when we did ultimately bring them back home, we had to forego 2 astronaut spots that would otherwise have been conducting good science and research on the space station. That's a Type A mishap. So sure, you can point to some moments in our history where we made some terrible mistakes and there were really bad outcomes as a result of it. Those are Type A mishaps. We have had situations where a ground-based antenna was over-rotated and caused damage that approached a Type B mishap, for example. So it's not necessarily a question, again, of human life. Anything to add on it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think it's, so just to be clear, and this is maybe a little pedantic, but if Challenger and Columbia vastly exceeded the threshold because of the loss of life, those were actually presidential commissions that were established to investigate those things at that level. That's not what we're suggesting here. The administrator is right that we do have procedural requirements, which, by the way, are informed by the lessons learned from those catastrophic events that lead to this mishap classification. That, strictly speaking, with respect to correcting the record, that's exactly what this means in terms of this classification. It also means that it would have invoked independent review, and we, because of the program in ISS as well as CCP, agreed to let that independent review occur. The process by which the review is conducted meets the standards according to what would have been invoked it was a Type A mishap. And so we believe that the work has been done to identify that, the independent review, the witness statements, et cetera, the data collection that would have been done. This is simply about recognizing that we need to correct the mistake. And that according to what the administrator said, is exactly what this is.
And now we'll go to Andrea Leinfelder with the Houston Chronicle.
Hi, my question is a follow-up to that one. Is a Type A mishap literally then just something that's more than $2 million in damages? Can you clarify that? And also, when you start talking about management cultural concerns, I do think people start thinking of the shuttle. And so I'm curious if you saw any parallel to the shuttle disasters, and are there any cultural changes you're looking to make at NASA now? Thank you.
So as I described before, Type A, Type B, Type C mishaps is relatively standardized across the government. So you hear it often referenced in Air Force or Navy-related matters when there's damages to aircraft and ships. So yes, there is a dollar threshold that's associated with it. It's certain, depending on the service or the agency, it triggers various events, one of which in NASA would have been an independent review, which has already been conducted, and the findings of which being released today. But as Amit mentioned, this is about getting the record straight. And I do think that failure to acknowledge this as it was, which is a Type A mishap, and ensure that we are transparent and correct, management and leadership missteps that could lead to an unhealthy culture is absolutely warranted. Failing to do so invites repeats of previous catastrophic events, which again is never an acceptable outcome here at NASA.
Irene Klotz with Aviation Week.
Bethany, one clarification with the declaration of this now as a Type A mishap, does that mean that the formal investigation board, you don't need to do one at this point? You're saying that that's already been completed, and the reclassification of the Starliner incident is it's retroactive in that sense. And Garrett, has Boeing committed to you that they will stay in the Starliner program? Gotten any indications that they are finished with investing in this program? Thanks.
Yeah, so to answer the first part of the question, we are not conducting a new investigation. We did conduct an independent investigation, as would have been required had this been declared Type A mishap from the start. So in that respect, the work is done. The redacted reports are being made public. We're speaking to you all today. There is still ongoing work. As I mentioned before, we have not arrived at the technical root cause of the SM and RCS thruster failures, and we are working alongside Boeing in order to solve that problem and implement the report recommendations I mentioned before so we can get back to flight. I'm not going to put words in Boeing's mouth. They released a statement that I think expressed the desire to continue to work with us, as they have done since CFT-1 returned from space to solve the problem. And I think they acknowledge what I mentioned before, which is there is going to be extraordinary and continuous demand for crew and cargo access to low Earth orbit well after the design life of the International Space Station. And I think it serves the American people, certainly our international partners in the world, to have multiple providers capable of undertaking that important work. I fully anticipate Boeing will be there.
And now we'll head to Ryan Caton of NASASpaceflight.com.
Thank you very much for doing this, Ryan Caton, NSF. A couple questions. First of all, I was just wondering if there was a Boeing representative who was invited to attend today's conference. And second, I was wondering, considering both the recent WB-57 gear-up grounding and the Challenger and Columbia disasters are currently classified under the same type of mishap, if NASA's mishap definitions are sufficient for the modern day. Thank you.
So, as I mentioned, the mishap categorization is relatively, as I understand it, and I have some experience with it outside of NASA, is standardized across agencies and part of our Department of War services. So this would be the same if you were to reference ships that are damaged, aircraft-related incidents. The same type of standard is applied. Now, what it triggers can be very different here. Type A mishap, for sure, is going to get the attention of the administrator of NASA, and it's going to require an independent investigation. And that's how this should have always been done, and it's how we are characterizing it today. I don't think there is anything that is flawed about that process. So.
Now we will head to Ken Kramer, Space Up Close.
Thank you for doing this. Very informative. My question, for the administrator and Amit. I've been following this program from the beginning, and my impression has been that Boeing have just not taken a very aggressive approach, especially related to these service module and RCS thrusters. And it goes to the top of Boeing management. They're always hesitant to provide funding to move forward. So I wonder if you could talk about why they are so hesitant, and the fact that they still have to do tests. It seems to me this test should have been done already, and they should have been given top priority a long time ago. So I'd like to know why is there no sense of urgency from Boeing? Thank you.
I appreciate the question. Again, we have, as the minister said, we discussed this. We discussed this report with Boeing. We have partnership from Boeing management to discuss, the way forward. We're collaborating with their engineering team to do this work. In terms of, we're not going to speak for Boeing management. That's on them to speak for themselves. I think what the administrator is trying to communicate, and what I'm trying to communicate, is that we have to own our part of this. What we did, how we led through it, how we acquired the vehicle, how we decided it was qualified, how we behaved when we were operating it, and what we're going to do going forward. And that's the most important thing. It's difficult sometimes to look inward and do that work, but that's mandatory in this business when you're dealing with the rigors of human spaceflight.
And just a reminder, if you have any questions, press *1 to get in the queue. We will now head to Space.com's Mike Wall.
Thanks for doing this. Yeah, just a quick question. Based on like what we've heard, there's standard definitions of what these different mishap categories represent. So I'm just curious, how did the original team kind of get away with not declaring this as a Type A mishap if it was clear it cost more than $2 million worth of damages or with the delays and all that? Like, what was the rationale at the time to actually not declare it in that category?
I am certainly not going to try and explain it because we are here to acknowledge that that was a mistake. It should have been declared right from the get-go. I don't think this is ambiguous at all. There's a clear dollar threshold here, and the situation itself was, extraordinarily high visibility, right? This was a story that I think captured a lot of people's interest more than a year ago. So that was a mistake, and I think that that is why the independent report investigation, along with the ASAP committee, have arrived at a position that this should have been declared a mishap, and we fully, obviously, concur with it. So that's why we're righting the wrong here and trying to course correct. If you're asking, what were some of the possibilities of why it was considered, I think we referenced it before that throughout the development of this program is certainly leading up to flight on orbit as we evaluated options of how to bring the crew home, and then post-mission, when we decided what to do about it, the overarching programmatic objective of dissimilar crewed access to orbit was present in those discussions where it probably, especially in certain cases, had no place being there when it directly tied to the mission and crew safety.
Now Anthony Leone with Spectrum News.
Hello, and thank you for taking our questions today. Mr. Isaacman, you explained what the Type A mishap is, but how much danger were Butch and Sonny in, particularly when they were having the thruster issues, and how much of what happened with Starliner impacted Butch and Sonny's decision to retire from NASA? Thank you.
I'm certainly not going to speculate on their decision to retire from NASA. They both had extraordinary careers. Outright unbelievable careers here at NASA, and grateful for all their years of service to science and discovery at NASA. How much danger they were in? Losing 6 off control is a huge deal. I actually want to give a lot of credit, and I mentioned it in my remarks earlier, to the flight controllers that made the decision to kind of challenge some of our flight rules and bring that crew to a safe haven, which is the International Space Station. Had that not taken place, had thrusters not been recovered, it could have very well been a different outcome. As I mentioned before, after we did undock Starliner and it autonomously re-entered, it came home zero fault tolerant for another. That was a CM thruster failure that we were not anticipating at the time. So the spaceship was not healthy, and I think everybody absolutely, as I mentioned before, we got to the right place. How we got there was not correct, and that's why we are trying to set the record straight and classify the situation accordingly, so lessons are learned and not repeated. But we are grateful we have two astronauts here, and that we did properly investigate this, and that lessons will be appropriately learned across the agency, and there will be accountability.
Marcia Smith with Space Policy Online.
Thanks so much for taking my question. I think that's the question I still have in my mind, what you just said about there's going to be accountability. What exactly, succinctly, are you trying to change now?
All right, guys. I have to get ready for Flame Trench, but yeah, I think I got the gist of it. They oh man, did they screw the pooch? That's bad. Oh. You know what? I said it at the time. Not trying to toot my own horn, but I did say that. I said that 6th off loss of control inside of the approach ellipsoid of the ISS is catastrophically bad. That is. Think about it like if you're talking in airplane terms, like an airplane coming to land on a runway, losing control while you're trying to land. That's bad, right? Even if you recover your controls and you do land okay, which is what ultimately happened, loss of control is very bad when you're on approach to the ISS. That is a big, 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 big problem. What's Das think now? Yeah, Bob, you remember that? Yeah. Report it if you want to check it out after Flame Trench. Yeah, that's... Dudes, I don't want to embellish. We are lucky we got Butch and Sonny back. Luck is what got us back, and is what got them back. They and some really awesome flight controllers. Shout out to NASA Flight Operations once again, the GOATs. Yeah, that's yeah. Big oof at the mention of loss of trust and communication that led to unprofessional conduct. It seems like Boeing really... So, the plain English way, Aqualex, that I'm reading that is Boeing didn't want them coming down on Dragon and cited dissimilar architecture as the reason why, you know, they shouldn't be rescued on Dragon. Basically, well, we need the astronauts to come up on the capsule that they came down. They need to come down on the capsule that they came up on because we need 2 capsules. Doesn't matter if the thing doesn't work. We don't want, you know, we need 2 capsules. They put dissimilar architecture over crew safety, which is, see, that's really funny because that's the reason why dissimilar architecture. So Boeing and Dragon and Starliner, the reason why they exist is because of stuff like this. It's really funny that Boeing basically projected and said, well, we need redundant dissimilar architecture, so they need to come down on our capsule because we need to prove that 2 capsules, they have 2 ways to get home. No, that's not the reason why dissimilar architecture exists. Dissimilar architecture exists when something bad happens, you have a way to rescue them. Like what happened. Woo! That's picante, very spicy. Anyway, guys, it is time for Flame Trench here. So yeah, I called it correctly when it happened, man. Dude, like I said, I read about flight operations and stakeholder expectations and you know, systems engineering. I read about that stuff for fun. Like, that's my favorite thing to do. Still to this day. That and reading about cars. And now tools too, you know. But Boeing knew they screwed up and didn't want a PR disaster. Yeah, exactly, Geek. And to rationalize that, they cited dissimilar architecture, which is stupid. Stupid is the word that comes to mind. You are putting your company's reputation before the safety of astronauts, which is the most un-Boeing thing I've ever heard in my life. Boeing used to do that opposite. They used to do the opposite of that. That's dumb. And they deserve the ridicule, dude. You deserve it. You earned it. 737 MAX. Yeah, I'm talking about old Boeing, pre-McDonnell Douglas Boeing. But, yep. That's a very McDonnell Douglas thing to do. Yep. This is why this think of the shareholders nonsense behavior should be shunned at every corner. It is paralyzing us at an industrial level and keeping us from being able to do what we need to do, at least in our space program. Think of the shareholders. Those people, you shouldn't be there. You shouldn't be there if you thinking company profits over space flight, over human safety in space flight. You shouldn't be there. It's that simple. You shouldn't. You know, think of the shareholders as the reason why every car looks like an egg.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Stakeholders better than shareholders always. That's right. The last people I want building an aircraft are finance bros. Bingo. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, let's get going. Let's get going for Flame Trench, guys. Stand by for loss of signal on YouTube as expected. And, yeah. I don't double stream Flame Trench on YouTube. On Twitch, just chill for a second. You'll see the NSF screen pop up momentarily. I'll see you guys in about 20 minutes.
fax, no printer.
I was gonna say the one who goes on God, no cap.
No kizzy. For real, on God, frong.
Hey, Kevin, am I zoomed in adequately for decent quality? Are we good?
Vol can't, Hydra didn't, and Starliner, well, it's just Starliner. It doesn't need anything added to it. Roll the intro.
And here we go.
There's the W. Here's ignition.
Doubling up.
Did you just do a Kerbal? Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, that sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation.
Equalize.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center. Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No.
Oh my God.
Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Flame Trench. This is our weekly show where we take some of the biggest topics in spaceflight and we kind of discuss them, debate them, and talk about them with you. And boy, are we expecting a spicy show this week. I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I will be your host for the Flame Trench as usual at this point. And as always, I am not alone. I have my competent cohort of co-hosts and then some today. Starting off with EJ Saw. EJ, how's it going?
What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing, well, it depends on which topic we're talking about. If we're talking Artemis, I'm doing really good. The rest,
yeah. Today's going to be a little bit of a roller coaster of good and bad, huh?
Oh, yeah. That's for sure. So stick around for the ride, and once we get to the top, everyone go, wee! Also joining me today, it's just thanks for that look, EJ. I'm scared to see the look I'm about to get from the next person, who's also joining us today on commentary here for the Flame Trench, and that is Mr. Max Evans. Max, how's it going?
Oh wow, we're going full screen for this one. Hi. I tried to match EJ's face like exactly like right next to yours, but I guess joke ruined. Hello everybody. It has certainly been an eventful week. There has been a lot, but it's also been a rather spicy time as well. And we are going to get into that. And as EJ was saying, it's going to be a bit of a roller coaster. So fasten your seatbelts and keep your hands inside the vehicle at all times. And your nozzles.
Yes. Yeah, that's the big one, is keeping your nozzles inside at all times and not expending them out early, which means that we should probably bring in an expert to discuss nozzles and things like that and all of these issues that are happening. If only we happen to have Joe Bernard, who is an awesome YouTuber who also works a lot with solid rocket motors and engines and things. Wouldn't that be cool, guys?
If only, right? If only.
Yeah, that would have been cool. Hey, look who it is. It's Joe. How's it going?
Howdy. I agree we should bring in an expert. When are they showing up? What's up, fellas? How are you guys doing?
Good. Doing great, and so glad you're here. For those who don't know, Joe makes awesome YouTube videos designing rockets and doing awesome stuff over there. So if you haven't checked out his YouTube, you absolutely, totally should after this show. I'm just going to put that caveat there. And of course, if you have questions during the show, you can tag us in chat at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF. We'll try to answer as many questions as we can. And as a reminder, please try and keep it to the topic we're discussing at that time. I know there's a lot of stuff to talk about, but we'll kind of go in order through things here. And might as well get things started here. And I think the biggest story of recent that raised a lot of eyebrows in some ways and also was kind of expected in some ways was how bad Starliner's crew flight test actually went. But this was, there were some issues that we didn't know about and some rough times ahead. EJ, you want to take this one?
Yeah, I got it. So actually, as NASA was going through wet dress rehearsal operations with SLS yesterday, Jared Isaacman and Amit Krisithia, I'm not going to be able to say his name right. I'm so sorry. But they held a press conference with an update about Starliner. And the update was essentially formally classifying Starliner as a Type A mishap, which In government reports, that is a mishap that exceeds $2 million in damages to government property. They are specifically classifying the Type A mishap during Starliner Crew 1. During the Starliner 1 mission, the rendezvous proximity operations and docking. When Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams launched on Starliner and tried to get near the station, they kept the thermal analysis on the thrusters was insufficient, and they kept overheating, and the Starliner's control system shut them off. To the point where they had shut off so many thrusters where the capsule was essentially drifting. They lost 6 degrees of freedom, so 6-DOF lock is what it's called. That they reclassified that as a Type A mishap. I don't know what they tried to classify that as before. And they cited there were some really interesting points being cited about Starliner and what, like, the events going up until that and during the Crew 1 mission, and Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams having to stay up there for 9 months and hitch a ride back on the next Dragon rotation mission. Long story short, like, 3 big things are coming out of this. Like, there's disagreement over crew return options deteriorated into unprofessional conduct while the crew remained on orbit. Okay, so I'm generally wondering what unprofessional conduct there is. That's kind of nuts. Also, when Boeing and NASA did go to undock Starliner, they during reentry, there was a 0-fault redundant thruster that malfunctioned and the computer shut itself off. So they didn't necessarily lose control of Starliner during reentry. It's just one of the thrusters blew out that's needed to help steer the capsule during reentry, as far as I can understand. And then the third biggest one is basically NASA at the time, the administrator refusing to take ownership at the time, and NASA leadership refusing to take ownership of this problem and essentially sweeping it under the rug. It's not a good look. Yes, Sawyer, I don't think this is a very good thing. I don't know where you're at. That's not great at all.
Yeah, I think not great is definitely a good way to put it. And it's interesting the way that Jared was talking about the fact that like you said, he didn't know why this wasn't classified as a Type A mishap at the moment, because I believe he said that the requirements that would be needed to classify it as Type A, this was 100 times the necessary requirement that they had already noted at that point, so it very much should have been classified. And again, you pointed out, and it's worth reminding you, I'm sure all the examples you've heard in the media so far is saying, oh, Type A was the same as Columbia and Challenger, Apollo 1, Apollo 13. It is, but as you pointed out, it has a lot to do with the amount of damage. The wheels up landing of the WB-57 is also a Type A mishap. But still, when you have 0 redundant features failing, where you have no backup to it, that's bad. So I'm glad they didn't put the crew on it for the return, that's for sure.
Yeah, you don't want to risk stuff you don't want to risk anything during entry. Re-entry needs to be very well understood to, work correctly.
And at that time, it was also pretty easy to argue, Starliner came back in one piece. It would have been fine. And while technically, yes, it did come back, it was this close to not coming back. And we weren't exactly aware of how close we were to that reality until Jared came out, and we received more information that we hadn't known before, with those additional thrusters failing and 0 redundancy. So, as often as we have seen, unfortunately, a few times before, this is as much a failure of the spacecraft as it was of the NASA leadership in place to help organize the entire situation. But it was refreshing to see both Ahmed and Jared and Ahmed come out and own the situation and be as transparent as they possibly could. And again, take ownership of that whole situation, and also to say formally that Starliner is not going to fly again at all until they are 100% certain that all of the issues that they have found on the spacecraft to this point are fixed. There's not going to be an OFT-3 or an orbital flight test 3. They've already had 2 of those, plus a single crew flight test that came back without its crew. Also, of both spacecraft, it flew first. It first took flight in December of 2019 with Orbital Flight Test 1, back then just known as Orbital Flight Test. Had a bunch of problems not long after spacecraft separation, and that the spacecraft, I can't remember what the issue precisely was with its internal timer or clock system, but the spacecraft essentially didn't know where it was, and it was firing its RCS thrusters in a very random and in chaotic fashion.
So,
and go ahead,
Max. With OFT-1, what happened is that Starliner's internal clock was not synced correctly to Atlas V's internal clock. Starliner's clock started when they started the launch campaign for Atlas.
Okay.
So by the time it launched into space, Starliner thought it was 3 or 4 hours further into the mission than it actually was, and that's why the computer was oh crap, I gotta fire the thrusters, I'm not where I need to be. It was not great. That's also not great.
Which also led to the whole debacle between Orbital Flight Test 2, as it then became known as, and even that alone had 2 separate takes. They first rolled to the pad in the summer of 2021 for the first take, and they were out at the pad, I believe it was for a week or a week and a half. Actually, this is one of the missions that I came down from Chicago for to cover. But when they got to the pad, of course, being in summertime in Central Florida, you are subject to pretty much daily severe rainstorms or just storms in general. And there was some water intrusion on one of the RCS thrusters in the service module of Starliner, and there was some corrosion found around the valves, which were found to be, which was found during the launch countdown, and then they of course had to roll the entire vehicle back to the vertical integration facility, destack Starliner, and essentially they couldn't exactly fix it. All they did was just replace the service module and hope that this issue didn't happen again. But they didn't roll back to the pad until I think it was June of 2022. So almost an entire year delay over a seemingly not such a big deal. And then of course it took them another 2 years to fly crew for the first time, and they still haven't flown. They have yet to successfully fly a singular crew mission after 5.5 years. Almost 5.5 years now. It's no more than that. I can't math right now. Brain is fried. Either way, 2019, your first flight, and it's the beginning of 2026, and you're not operational yet. And meanwhile, your competition, on the other hand, is working on or has just passed its 13th mission for NASA. So I think the results. Go ahead.
That's crewed missions.
That's crewed missions. That's
just
NASA crewed missions. They've also flown private missions, 2 for Jared, Inspiration 4, and Polaris Dawn. They have flown 4 for Axiom Space, Ax 1, 2, 3, and 4. And they've also flown the From 2 mission, which was the first mission to fly polar with crew on a polar trajectory. All of that, and Starliner still has yet to fly a crew operationally.
Boeing has unfortunately become like a pretty good example of doing something once doesn't mean you can keep doing it. And if you lose the expertise, it doesn't exist in the documentation that you have as a company. It exists in the people that work at a company. Yeah. So like all of those engineers are not the engineers who worked on Apollo, who worked on the first stage of the Saturn V, who worked on, these programs that Boeing can tout as like having done before. And there's a lot of hubris involved in that, or a lot of like high and mightiness, which is they cite, as far I have seen very little of the Starliner document so far, but they cite it as Boeing was considered to be the proven option, right?
Yeah,
Boeing has historically been like the reliable option, and when we like fall into that trap of thinking like, well, they have a history of doing it right, so that means they probably will keep doing it. This is what happens because there's like less oversight for them. Partially like as I understand it, it is like partially NASA's fault for not doing equal oversight, but also I just I used to try to not like clown on Boeing quite as much, but it does really feel like um, the consequences of moving their headquarters across the country and separating business and engineering. It feels like the consequences of the same things that have happened with their aircraft programs. Boeing is a mess, and it is evident in all of their programs.
Yeah, I think it's a fair assessment. And there was a lot of issues because Ryan Caton in the press conference that we were talking about asked, where was Boeing in all of this? You know, is Boeing involved? Boeing, you know, no one from Boeing was at this press conference. No one from Boeing was at the conference where after the vehicle landed, which was all suspicious. And this was Boeing's response to NSF when we asked them. And it says, we're grateful to NASA for its thorough investigation and the opportunity to contribute to it. In the 18 months since our test flight, Boeing has made substantial progress on corrective actions for technical challenges we encountered and driven significant cultural changes across the team that directly align with the findings in the request. NASA's report will reinforce our ongoing efforts to strengthen our work and the work of all commercial crew partners in support of mission and crew safety, which is and must always be our highest priority. We're working closely with NASA to ensure readiness for future Starliner missions and remain committed to NASA's vision for 2 commercial crew providers. I don't know your thoughts on all of the on Boeing's, I guess, response and therefore also lack of response to all of this. What does that say about their culture if NASA's now going, hey, look, here's how bad things were. They were literally arguing about, you know, oh, we should bring them home on Starliner still anyway, and then dead silent to the media. And yet NASA still says, yeah, we'll still launch your missions at this point.
I mean, it was pretty telling right away when they didn't have anybody present at the post landing presser. Like they didn't have a single, like nobody was there to answer questions on Boeing's side. And you would think with everyone saying, oh, it's not going to come back, it's going to have issues, and them being able to have it land successfully and have nobody there to answer questions, you would think it would be a big success. And nobody was there to talk about it. Like that was one of the biggest question marks I think we've ever seen. Like why? I still don't get it. But I guess that really shows just how close that was one of the signs of how close they actually were to not having this capsule come back at all. But again, like there was so much of that information that we were just not privy to, and how much of it stayed private for as long as it did. I mean, we're just finding we are in almost March of 2026 about a mission that happened in June of 2024, and we're still learning some new information about it now and how bad it was. No, not a good look for Boeing, and as common as that has been to say sometimes, and it's painful because it's not like we want these companies to do poorly. Like we want to see Starliner succeed and have a separate spacecraft operationally running to the International Space Station and elsewhere, but they just have not been able to prove it yet. And honestly, again, it feels like beating a dead horse with how often we've talked about Starliner and its woes, but the case, like they keep coming. Like the bad news just keeps coming, and it's getting worse.
Sorry, Chris, about the horse. We didn't.
Yeah, right.
You know what the nutty thing is, and like look at this. In Jared Isaacman's, that's his internal memo that he sent out.
Yeah.
To NASA, like, and it tells about all the different attempts that they had, and every time, guys, as much as I hate saying this, I'm noticing a pattern here. Jared Isaacman did talk about it. He talked about that it's a programmatic problem. It's not I will go so far as to say that I don't think Starliner is the issue here. I think the capsule's design is okay, but if you're not doing good analysis on your thrusters, and you're not understanding what you made fully, that's not the capsule's fault. These seem to be programmatic problems. The decision making is just shooting yourself in the foot. And you know what, guys, I'll go out and say it. It reminds me of the shuttle program. The Type A mishaps that happened during the shuttle program, and I don't invoke this lightly, were because of programmatic decisions. not letting engineers do their due diligence. It's kind of annoying to see this problem repeat itself, especially with, I know Boeing's a private company, but the commercial crew program is our taxpayer dollars, is it not? And the whole point of this is to, the whole point of commercial crew is to, bridge what the shuttle was doing and do it for cheaper and do it for safer with redundant dissimilar architecture. Yeah. Starliner done none of that. It's annoying to see this behavior pattern. I'm super happy that Rook did what he did and he said what he said yesterday. This behavior is very tiresome. If you're gonna think of the shareholders and not the stakeholders, you shouldn't belong in space flight. You can leave. It's upsetting. Like we were this close. That is a near miss. Spacecraft lost control completely inside of the keep out sphere on the ISS. That's like an airplane losing your control surfaces on final approach. That is insanely bad.
Yeah.
This behavior cannot be tolerated. It's ridiculous.
And one thing that I think that brings up then is, of course, Jared's putting this out now, so I wonder how much of this was known during the previous NASA administration at that time. And more tellingly, Max, I think you were bringing this up when we were discussing the topic before we went live, there was a weird thing about them, Boeing so insistent that they go home on Starliner. And it seemed like they put, their program over crew. And this is just my opinion. I just want to put that out there. This is an opinion, that's what it appeared to be.
They were incredibly insistent on the crew coming home on Starliner, and there was a big discourse online about people agreeing with NASA's choice to bring them home on Crew 9, and people who were completely opposed to their decision. And when Starliner came home, it seemed to be like a big, oh, hey, I told you so. It came back just fine. And now with this new information coming to light, it really shows why NASA clearly now made the right call to bring them back on Dragon and Crew 9, because they may have come home just fine on CFT the way Starliner did. Obviously it did, but without them. That's just another variable to throw into the equation there. But they came that close. And go ahead, Joe.
Oh, I was just going to say, Sawyer, you did a good job sort of hedging your bet on being like, this is just my opinion. I'll be the one to sort of stick my neck out a little bit here, because I'm not a regular commentator, so I can say whatever I want. But I think it actually is just objective. If there is an option that is proven and has a better track record of bringing crew back safely, and you're advocating for bringing them back on a capsule that is already not doing well, I think you should not be in the role that you're in if you're making that type of decision about crew and human lives. That it's incredibly inappropriate. It's irresponsible. It is very upsetting to see that there are many people in the space industry who have not learned from the loss of life accidents that we have in the space program, and it is I just want to be loud and clear. I won't swear, but it's very inappropriate to have people in crew programs making those types of decisions.
And Joe, it's nuts because they said in the report that there was the disagreement over the return options resulted in unprofessional conduct. So that means people I don't know how you guys interpret that. I interpret that as Boeing being no, we're not flying on Dragon. That thing's a piece of junk. We're not doing that. What are you? Oh, it's so tiresome, man. This is ridiculous.
But dissimilar architecture is the argument there. For some reason, they must fly home on Starliner because dissimilar architecture, even though the whole point of dissimilar architecture means that the crew was able to come home on the Crew 9 Dragon, as opposed to going back on a capsule that had major thruster failures within the keep-out sphere, and we would later find out now had serious redundancy non-redundancy failure issues on the way downhill. I feel like their argument of, we should fly them back on Starliner because of dissimilar architecture is the exact reason why it was a good thing they didn't. come back on Starliner.
Dude, it's the most ironic display of that exact of their case, just not in their favor. Yeah, and also, mind you, Boeing is out of they have no excuses. They were given nearly twice the budget of Dragon. They flew first, mind you, and it has been 6 years. 6 years since the capsule first flew, and they've flown 3 times. Two of which was or one of which was a repeat. The second of which was a repeat of the first because the first failed. There's no excuses here. Like you have no fallback. I don't know what else you can say there.
It's probably worth mentioning, just to have it mentioned, that like none of us on this call or stream like could direct a like crewed flight program, even if given like that amount of money, and probably do a good job. Like maybe, but it would be, I think, luck more than that. Like it takes so much to do this thing right, and it's 100%. Very easy to clown on Boeing and be like, you guys are terrible at this. But also, like, it is really hard. You just like shouldn't accept the contract if you can't do it safely, and that like it's okay if you can't do it, but don't say you can and then not be able to.
So is Starliner cooked worse than Jack's bacon?
Jesus.
I haven't had Jack's so I had bacon. To make sure. Oh, he burns it. It's very burnt. He's in chat. Hi, Jack.
So Sawyer, if Dragon is this big, beautiful New York style bagel with cream cheese, does that mean Starliner is that jalapeno thing that Jack calls a bagel? Is that what that means?
Yeah, that some people would consider it a bagel. It can act as a bagel, but it's not your go-to preference. Yeah, I guess.
You guys don't like jalapeno bagels?
You do like jalapeno bagels?
Joe. Jalapeno cheddar with the junk on top?
No, I got another call. I gotta go, you guys. I can't. Delicious. That's a crazy take.
Okay, dude, you see the pictures that Jack has posted of that everything bagel that he claims to love looks exactly like that, like rotten, crusty, moldy Krabby Patty from that one SpongeBob episode.
Yes.
It literally looks
there you go.
just
when did
like
he post this, and where can I find the image?
It's god.
We'll have to. We have it pinned in one of our channels. We'll have to see it.
Yeah, I'll just find it.
Okay, all right.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So
anyway.
But
guys,
yeah, I mean, is this the end for Starliner? I know that they basically said, yeah, we're still going to go ahead with Starliner 1. We still want to launch crew. NASA was very super vague in their answer yesterday when asked if they would still continue the Starliner program, even though there's only a couple years left of the ISS, of basically saying, we trust our partners.
Jared Isaacman basically said that there is a future for and a demand from NASA's point of view of future accessibility in low Earth orbit with commercial partners. He said basically there's stuff for Starliner to do that we have planned, mostly citing commercial low Earth orbit destinations. At least that would be my guess. I'm pretty sure that's what he hinted at. I mean, we might be reading too much into it, but he said there's a market for it after. So they're committed to working with it. It just might not be necessarily all of it going to the ISS. Like that was the gist of it, Sawyer. Which is, yeah. I mean, that's good. I appreciate you wanted to see it through. Like, I guess.
And to be fair, there could be a future clientele base for Starliner, like Orbital Reef, for example, or other commercial space stations that may come up. But will Starliner survive long enough to be able to work with those space stations? Because currently, Axiom is working on their own station. VAS is working on their station. Granted, they're all going to be working with the International Docking Adapter. So obviously, either Dragon or Starliner or any other spacecraft equipped with that docking mechanism can use it. But VAS has a deal with SpaceX and with Dragon. Axiom has only ever flown with Dragon to this point. Like Orbital Reef is the first thing that comes to mind with Blue Origin that would make the most sense to use Starliner for. But beyond that, I think it's more expensive to fly than Dragon by a bit. I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I can't say it for sure. But it's become incredibly difficult to make the case for Starliner to fly or to keep flying than it has
Yeah, Max, you know what, dude? I think Boeing should see it through. I think they should see it through. I think that's what they're going to do for what it's worth, but I think they should see it through. I mean, Joe, you talked about taking a contract when you're not sure if you can do it. Well, guess what? You said you would. You said you would do it. You said you'd move 6 missions to the ISS with NASA under a firm fixed price program. At this point, you should do it for no other reason than because you said you could, you know?
Yeah,
profitability be danged. Your reputation's in the toilet.
Yeah, EJ, I get it. Like I don't disagree with that point on principle, but at the same time, if it takes them a year and a half or 2 more years to get Starliner commercially viable, when the space station's decommissioned and all of its flight slots have been taken up, where's it going to go? Like what's it going to be flying for? Because Orbital Reef isn't ready yet, or it's not even close to being ready yet. Axiom Station isn't ready yet. Vast Station isn't ready yet. Where's it going to go?
Maybe they try to sell it. Maybe they try to sell like the rights to Starliner or the IP, right? Like if Blue is making Orbital Reef, I don't know that they would, but if Blue is making Orbital Reef and they need a way to get back and forth, like there's a pretty strong argument that like it's very hard to be in the I only own a space station business if you don't have a way to bring people to and from it.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a market in Blue Origin or ULA in like someone buys the IP for Starliner and buys it as a fixer-upper. I mean, EJ, you work on cars, right? Like, you buy a fixer-upper, you're like, okay, this needs a new engine block, but I could make it work.
Yeah.
Now, here's the two sides for me of the coin on this one. So on one side, you have the Atlases purchased. They're not making any more Atlas vehicles. Yeah. Right now, it is only rated to fly on Atlas. So you might as well use them if you already own them and finish it out, because it's such a weird configuration too, with the no fairing and the 2 solids and the 2 upper stage engines, so the N22. It's a weird configuration. No one else is really going to take that. But on the other side of the coin, if you're a space station provider and you say, come to our space station, sweet, how are we getting there? Starliner. How many people are going to go, no freaking way, I'm not flying on that death trap? You're going to lose confidence in people wanting to fly to your station if that is your way to get there, given its history that it is now created.
And that's why, Sawyer, I'm saying, like, you should do it just because you said you would at this point. If you don't, if Boeing is anticipating some type of market for like commercial low Earth orbit destinations post ISS, you kind of have to have a little bit of consumer confidence in your product. I would say. I think that's a fair point, right? Like,
yeah, just a bit. And for people saying Vulcan, it's not crew rated. New Glenn is a bit overkill, but it's, I guess, possible. I don't know.
It's better to have too much performance than not enough. I think a ride on New Glenn would be kind of fun, though.
I bet it would be really smooth.
Yeah, like that
1.05
thrust to weight ratio off the pad, nice gentle push.
Well, also just the bigger the rocket is with more engines, like you have less crazy vibration, you know.
True, and no solids either, so it'll burn a lot smoother too.
Any of y'all know anything about solids? Any of y'all been thinking about solids recently?
No, but I think we know someone who knows a lot about them and works with them almost on a daily basis. I think his name is like Bo Jarnard or something. I can't remember his name.
Oh, that's the guy that makes pizza dough in his garage, right?
Yes.
It's cookie dough, actually. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's a great baker. Let me get through some of the queue here, and then maybe we'll talk about those. So how about that?
Sounds good.
Before we started, the traditional Space Pope, again, it still boggles my mind, the traditional $50 super chat from Space Pope saying, bless this nose cone. It knows not what it's done. Space blessings, Trenchies. Get blessed, NSF, in a good way. And then Matt's, Mike Alpha Tango Sierra, with 50 gifted Red Team memberships. Holy smokes, thank you. Wow. Telstar86. Could we say that Starliner was a crude mission? See the spelling?
Oh my god.
Bum, 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 bum. Sorry. My bad.
That was good. I'm not gonna lie, that was good.
Drunar with the question here saying, do you think this is just poor management leadership, or is this negligence and corruption covering up for Boeing interests?
I think this is a programmatic failure of leadership because they were I said it before, you're putting shareholder expectations before stakeholder expectations. All right. You're worried about profit shares. You're worried about, the stock tanking or something when you're overlooking the fact that NASA paid you $4.2 billion to make this thing and fly astronauts to the space station safely. I don't know if you want to call that corrupt, call it corrupt, like, I guess, but guys, I firmly believe that there's no like, I don't think Starliner is a bad design. It's not. I don't think it's the people that designed it. I don't think you have some, weird teething problems with the thrusters, but that's stuff that can be fixed. I mean, we'll talk about it a little bit later, but NASA got their butt in gear between wet dress rehearsal 1 and 2. We'll go into detail for it later. Stuff can be fixed. John Honeycutt in the press conference talking about SLS this afternoon says sometimes the vehicle's talking to you. It tells you stuff. It tells you what you need to fix. You just got to go and do it. The going and doing it part is a management decision. That's a programmatic decision inherently. It's not. I'm sure if you had the engineers that are working on Starliner, who I think do a fantastic job, if you had them go ham on it, I think they'd build you a dang good spacecraft.
Starliner is management. It's
management
very capable.
And culture, dude. Yeah,
Starliner is a good spacecraft, or it can be. It has very, very good potential, but that doesn't matter if the people working on it or the management in charge of it cannot make decisions adequate enough to lead it to fly properly. Like, a spacecraft is only as good as the people around it make it to be.
Yeah.
So it's as much of a failure of management, both with Boeing and on both the sides of Boeing and NASA, as it is a spacecraft failure, which is a common theme we have seen through a few Type A mishaps with crewed spacecraft before.
Yep.
Like, guys, we're usually supposed to discuss like disagreement here and stuff, dude. But I'll be honest, there ain't no defending what they did. There's no viable hill to die on there about what happened during the crew Starliner 1 mission. There's nothing. That's an indefendable position. It's unacceptable.
It feels like the only defense for it has become it's dissimilar. It being dissimilar to Dragon, like that. That's the only defense it has. Not what it's capable of, not its cost, not its flight cadence. Just the fact that NASA wants dissimilar, like they want dissimilar spacecraft. Like, that's it. Despite all these shortcomings that have come with Starliner to this point. Go ahead, Sawyer.
Actually, Boeing would like a word with you. They can defend it, and their defense is silence.
Duh. Can we dig a little into the weeds on this? So I know we were talking a lot about like programmatic failures and like leadership failures. I have a question about the thrusters because I can't remember if this is true, but man, I am with like 3 other experts here, so one of you guys is gonna know.
Hi.
I'm pretty sure a bunch of the thrusters are from the like post boost vehicle from the Minuteman program, from the ICBM program or Peacekeeper, and the whole thing. Do you remember when like there was a lot of talk about like the doghouse heating up in the service module?
Yeah.
The thrusters are pulled from one of these ICBM programs from Aerojet, I think. And they are designed to operate on like 10 minutes in space as the ICBM was coasting. And that was like a big contributing factor to why they aren't designed to like operate long term. And I kind of disagree with EJ's take that it's like a good vehicle. Like, I don't think it's a good design. I think they picked, I knowing nothing about the internals of the program that isn't public, I don't know that I feel like it's a good design. It kind of feels like they cobbled a bunch of stuff together that like wasn't really fit for crewed flight. That thing has so many thrusters too, and like
it does.
The propulsion system is just a mess. Like Dragon has had thruster failures, right? It's not like it's without its failures. It just I'm not sure that it's like fundamentally a good design. And then there's other. I will say that like we probably shouldn't lump it all into like good or bad. So like the timer error, the OFT1, I think, the one where it pulled the wrong time from Atlas, like that's just like a failure to do integrated testing. So that's not like a bad design thing. That is like a programmatic, like we didn't do the right test before flight. But I'm not convinced it's like a good design.
I mean, Joe, wait a minute. I thought the thrusters on Starliner's service module are shuttles. They're similar to the shuttle program. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're shuttle derived thrusters, which is nuts because like we went digging over on my end on Twitch one time looking into NTRS reports, and they had poppet seal problems on the shuttle's thrusters in the early 90s. That's weird. Same exact problem. Those thrusters. So like the interesting thing here is that the thrusters, they are shuttle derived, right? Shuttle derived, right? They knew about the poppet seal problem and they fixed it. But here's the interesting thing. You were talking about institutional knowledge, Joe. They field fixed it with the shuttle program. They fixed it. It was something that they fixed at KSC with the shuttle. They fixed it at KSC, and then they didn't have problems with them, right? From flying the shuttle a lot. And now you have Starliner using these off-the-shelf components, right? I'm not sure about the Minuteman one. Those might be the OMAC thrusters, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to go look.
Okay.
But if they were shuttle thrusters, this should...
There it is.
Shuttle-derived problem. Yeah! But they had this poppet seal overheating problem on the shuttle. They fixed it 35 years ago at this point, right? And then they had it again on Starliner. I'm sorry, that ain't the hardware. That's not the hardware's problem. If it's known behavior and it's happening again, and you allowed it to happen, that's why I'm saying what I'm saying, dude. I can't speak to the Minuteman thrusters. I have to go look.
Yeah, I'm trying to Google it now.
Poppet.
Yeah, we should go Google it and figure it out real quick.
To be fair, though, EJ, maybe this is me just being naive in thruster design, but I feel like a thruster that was designed for shuttle and designed for 2 weeks maximum in orbit compared to a spacecraft that could spend anywhere from 6 to 8 months in orbit might not be adequate. School me, please.
It's not to do with like on orbit time. If we want to get into the weeds with thrusters and RCS, we're talking about the duty cycle on the thrusters. And somebody in chat's like, don't do it.
Resist.
We're talking about the duty cycle on the thrusters. So Starliner is so reaction control thrusters they're not throttleable. Right, they're a hypergolic pressure-fed system. It's using helium, as a pressurant to push bladder tanks, pressurize the system, and the thruster is basically just 2 fuel injector solenoids that click open and close. Right, the propellants are hypergolic. It's MMH and NTO, monomethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. When they hit each other, they combust. When they chemically combine, they combust. So the thrusters don't have a throttle setting per se. It's just on or off. And they modulate the amount of times via pulse width modulation to get different throttle settings, right? So if you want to put this much delta V and you need to flick the thrusters on this many times a second or this many times a minute or whatever, that's what I mean about the cycles. So what's going on is that it's still a rocket engine at the end of the day. It gets hot. They radiate heat through the nozzle material. It's similar to Merlin vacuum, how it glows, and that's how it cools itself. You guys ever notice the Merlin vacuum engine on Falcon 9? It doesn't melt because it glows. That glowing is what actually is radiating your heat away through infrared. That's why it glows. RCS thrusters do the same thing. You can only pulse them so many times a minute, right? Before they'll exceed temperature. If you can't radiate heat out through black body radiation, through the nozzle glowing, it's going to where you're not going to convect it because there's no air where it's operating. It's going to start conducting heat into other parts of the thruster, and it started conducting heat into the poppet seal, and that's why they were blowing the poppet seals out. And thankfully, whoever's programming Starliner's control systems and redline monitors is actually really good at what they do, because if they blew out like 15 thrusters on orbit, they'd still be up there. It would be very bad. So the control systems actually caught it before the thrusters got too hot. But either way, at the end of the day, that is just that's terrible analysis. Mark Nappy in a press conference in 2024, summer 2024, I think it was, talked about how their thermal analysis was not conclusive enough on the thrusters. Well, guess what, man? That's a programmatic problem. If your testing regime isn't good enough to give you good thermal analysis on the thrusters, and you have the stones to put people on it, that's terrible. That's what I mean when I say it's a programmatic decision, Joe. It's not, dude. There was flight data on those thrusters, and they just say, "Don't worry about it. We just got to go." And the fact that they learned about seal degradation from a service module that they left fueled at White Sands from their testing. They learned about nozzle degradation or poppet seal degradation from a freaking service module that they used for testing that they left fueled out in the desert. Like, dude, huge red flag. Who leaves a hypergolic vehicle fully fueled just sitting out there? What are you, nuts? Like,
You should go to the Friends of Amateur Rocketry test site in Mojave, California. Not to say that there's stuff sitting out there, but I know people who do that. They're just not working on crewed flight programs.
That's what I'm saying. It's good for amateur rocketry, but not for a crew program, man. What are you doing? Stop it. Stop this, Boeing. Stop it now.
Stop it. Get some help.
Stop it. Get some help.
Anyway, sorry. Hello, Poppet is all I could think of.
Oh, Jesus.
Smashing. I'm sorry, I'm not Tim Curry.
I did a bunch of quick Googling. I couldn't find anything about it being from the Minuteman or Peacekeeper missiles. So I may have spread a rumor that isn't true. I don't actually know if that's true.
Kick him off. You're gone. Bye.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
You're canceled. You're done, buddy.
I thought I heard it somewhere, but maybe I'm making it up.
Interestingly though, I think completely off topic, just like real quick. Speaking of missiles, the separation motors on the SRBs for both shuttle and SLS are from. Oh my God!
Yeah, it's a great rocket.
You go off topic all the way.
Oh my God!
You all right?
What? So the actual separation motors on both the nose cone and also by the nozzles for the solid rocket boosters are from missiles. I can't remember which missiles they are. I think they're. Oh my God, I'm blanking. Why am I blanking? I should know this.
I don't know which missile it is, but I can tell you it's in the P impulse class.
There you go.
Yep.
Oh my God, not. Oh dude, I can't think of this.
While you're thinking of it, I'm gonna keep going through the support. Telstar 86 gifting a red team membership. Ain't nobody got time for that. Adrian saying totally agree with Joe Bernard. Get him back on live streams more often. I like that. Wilbo saying
AMRAAMs. Sorry, there they are. AMRAAMs.
Oh, go AMRAAM. No, I shouldn't say that on air.
Go.
Wilbo Baggins saying this is exactly what we want our flame trench for. Jokes like that, apparently. Zalling saying this is the same events with Starliner matches to Challenger's decision to launch. Time to fire that manager and never have him connected to manned space flight.
The VP of Starliner, after that Starliner 1 mission, he retired. He retired.
Yeah, probably not by choice.
He retired.
Lords of Random saying, found the bagel. It's in food chat in Discord. I also sent Joe the picture of the burnt bacon. And by the way, to your poll results, apparently, which one was more burnt right now? Starliner, more burnt than Jack's bacon, but only just 59-41.
That's a pretty good gap there.
I have a quick update on that. Jack did send me a picture of the bagel. I would eat that. That does look really good. I would be paying for it, digestive-wise, for the rest of the day, but I would do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the real Joe Bernard in the house with us? Are you okay, Joe?
Jack's behind the computer holding a gun.
Is there anyone else in the blink twice if you need help?
Joe, blink if are you okay?
Yeah, all right. We see how this transpired. All right. Got it.
Right along those lines, by the way, Space Pope with a super chat saying, leave Jack alone, sobs into his camera. I'm guessing I'll leave Brittany alone.
Old meme. I love it.
It's a good bit.
Yeah. So Eric, we definitely, tagged in X about the bagel picture, so we know you saw that. Scott Brotherton with the tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying Starliner might have made it back by the hair of its chin, but if the two astronauts were about the extra weight and slight change in center of gravity might have pushed over the edge, thank God they decided what they did. Yeah, you never want to deal with ifs, and that might have been bads in space flights if you can avoid it. Of course, there's always risk.
Yeah.
It's not a zero risk thing going into space, but when it's 100x risk, that's, yeah.
That's why I said, like putting the astronauts on board is just adding another variable to their equation, which could have changed the results of them getting back or not.
Yeah. Cynical Chief, will Boeing's lack of care for the crew and unprofessionalism, either by Boeing, NASA, or both, be the excuse for NASA to cut Scrapliner completely? Again, they said in the press conference, they're not cutting it. They're still going with it.
Nope.
I don't think they should. I don't think they should. I think Boeing should do it because they said they would at this point. Time to man up. All right, you said you'd do this, so do it.
Yeah,
You know?
I agree. I think they should. I don't think they should cut it. Even if one of the capsules I absolutely would not fly on, I do think we should try to maintain two different ones.
Yeah.
I mean,
Patrick Bob with 50 gifted Red Team memberships. Holy smokes, always good to see your name. Thank you so much, Patrick Bob, for that. And thank you. If anyone got one of those gifted memberships, definitely make sure to give them a thank you. Especially with Artemis coming up, you're going to want the perks that come with it.
Oh, yeah.
Jim Yoder, the NASA leadership issues and cover-up of the Starliner issues are what are most concerning to me. We need transparency and trust in spaceflight. Preach it. Yes.
Get no argument from us.
Nope.
Also, Jim Yoder saying if Max's last name began with Q, he'd be Max Q. That's actually his X handle now. Changed it. I love it. And then Bideford, always good to see you with the $50 super chat saying, loving tonight's conversation. Great having Joe on too. Speaking of Adrian, is he gone now and I missed the update? No, he just has another job. Apparently he thinks having a real job that pays him real money is a good thing, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. But no, he's still with NSF. He's not gone. He still helps out a lot in the back channel. More of things that you don't see on camera and on air. He's still helping out. So Adrian's still with us. And Oliver Redmond saying, Jack, if you're seeing this, we still miss you, just not your culinary experiments.
Ouch.
I mean, culinary experiments aside, Jack still is part of NSF as well, technically.
No.
Technically.
No, he just won't leave us alone. That's what it is.
That's, yeah.
Oh, so he's an abandoner and
he
a
won't,
stalker.
He will not leave. He won't leave the nest.
Yeah. Apparently
He's
he
still
thinks
in the
he
nest.
still wants to hang with the cool kids or something, but
Yeah.
instead he wants to go off mining asteroids. What a shame, even though that's really awesome. Anyway.
I mean, it's pretty good. it's pretty good.
I will say this. I did not know much about Astroforge, and Jack gave me a tour yesterday, and it was a lot cooler than I thought. They're kind of cooking over there.
Excuse me? What?
Yeah.
Let them cook.
It's pretty cool.
Let them cook.
Okay, before I get more jealous, of course, Gio, we have you on. Your main expertise is with solid motors and solid fuel and things like that, and that's perfect for our next topic, which was Vulcan and the USSF 87 mission. That was over on February 12th from Slick 41, Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, and that was launching two GSAP missions, I guess. The Geosynchronous Space Situational Awareness Programs 7 and 8, or Hornet 7 and 8, as well as an ESAP ring, which is basically used to test thrusters and things in the geosynchronous environment there. This, again, one of the big things was they wanted, before they put Space Force and military payloads on it, they needed 2 certification flights. Cert 1 and then Cert 2. Cert 2, you may remember, had an issue with one of its solid rocket motors where the nozzle had an observation and had to burn through and basically flew off the vehicle, which was a lot more noticeable when there are 2 solid motors. When you have 4 solid motors and it's late at night, you may not see the nozzle itself fly off, but you can definitely tell when there is an observation as things start to get sparky. And in fact, it started right around the 32-second mark was the first indication that something was a little bit off. And then it got to max Q at T plus 1 minute and 2 seconds. And then about 3 seconds after that, this happened. Yeah, that looks like a nozzle failure happening again. And in fact, ULA did confirm that they had an anomaly with one of their nozzles. And they did in fact call it both an anomaly and, our favorite term, an observation, because ULA. So the official term was early during flight, the team observed a significant performance anomaly on one of the 4 solid rocket motors. Amazingly, despite all of this and the fact that the vehicle did a full 360 kind of turn, it rolled 360 degrees, it still delivered the payload successfully to orbit. And while it's not necessarily called the bullseye graphic with Tori not being there, based on the bullseye that they showed, it got pretty darn close to perfect. So it's amazing that it worked, but Joe, this seems to be a problem with the GEM 63 XLs here, and potentially a problem with Northrop Grumman keeping nozzles on?
Sawyer, I am so glad that you mentioned the 360-degree roll, because we have to come back to that. That is also crazy, and like huge props to the people doing GNC for Vulcan. Like I think doing that seems like it wouldn't be that hard if you don't do controls, but it is really impressive that didn't go worse. Okay,
yeah, it's no joke.
The motor stuff is really interesting, and we can't really know what's going on, but this is a YouTube channel, so we can kind of just say whatever we want. So I wonder if this is like a non-repeatable condition on the ground. I don't know how many extra static fires they did, and I don't want to jump all the way to like, obviously they didn't do enough testing the first time. If this is in any way a similar failure to what they found after the first time the nozzle fell off. But like, the environment of static testing in Promontory, Utah is a lot different than flying it through max Q in all different matter of temperatures and weather and stuff like that. And the last time we actually, we have it in the back channel here. The last time I was on, I think we talked about how the thrust curve for the GEM 63XL varies by temperature. So if we want to bring that up at some point, I think we may have landed on like the possible theory that because the motor was burning in a much warmer environment, like a warmer starting temperature for a solid will actually make it burn a little more aggressively and a little hotter and faster.
Yep.
And you can see it in the graphic that is in the back channel there, which presumably may come up on screen. I don't really know how live streaming works, but but I think this may prove that like maybe there's something more complicated going on, because this was a relatively cold launch. I don't know the weather on the day. Does anyone remember know what temperature it was?
It was in the.
It wasn't cold. It was in the upper 60s, I think. It wasn't cold.
It was upper 50s where I was over on the Spaceport side. It was like 58, 59 Fahrenheit. So it was chilly, but not cold.
Right.
Yeah, it wasn't like Vulcan Flight 1. Like it wasn't cold. It was just chilly.
So this interesting thing,
this
Joe,
is the
real
graphic
quick.
here. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, EJ.
Okay. No. I just want to add that their qualification mission that tested the GM63XL after Cert 2 was snowing outside. Just in their test footage. Just anyway, back to the chart. Go ahead.
Oh, right. So if it's snowing outside, maybe did they put a blanket around the motor? Because sometimes they'll condition it.
They had some type
so.
of insulative material around the aft part of the casing and the throat during the post Cert 2 qual test.
Did they?
Yes.
I don't remember seeing that. Okay.
Yeah, they did. And I noticed that it was not on any GM63XLs on Vulcan Flight 3 or 4, which is interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure why you would do that, but yeah, I mean, maybe ambient temperature has something to do with it. I don't know. I was adding that, just food for thought. Anyway, keep going.
Well, okay, so maybe the thought now is that they just don't understand the vibration environment, right? Solids do a lot of vibration. So does like the rest of the rocket. Again, like without the flight data, without all of the engineering data, we don't really know We also don't know exactly which part burned through. There's a really remote possibility that like these are entirely different failures. They just look a lot alike. Like many different parts of a nozzle can fail. My guess is it's not. My guess is it's the same type of failure and they didn't actually fix it. But maybe there's an adhesive that comes off, right? Like there are lots of what is it? Adheted? What's the verb of adhesive? Adhesion?
Stuck?
Adhesion?
Adheted.
Glued. How about that? Let's just do
Yeah,
glued. There are lots of like glued on pieces of
Do
a
it.
blade of material. And if you vibrate them really, really hard, it's going to be a lot easier for them to fall off. So maybe that's what happened. I mean, we can all take guesses, and like I make a lot of solid motors, but kind of your guess may be as good as mine. Something burned through. The same thing happened as last time, which is that the motor didn't super underperform, right? You only lose maybe 10-15% of your thrust from something like this. So
yeah,
it makes sense that it can get to still get to orbit. I do want to talk about the guidance and stuff, but I want to leave it open. What do y'all think happened here?
So I think there's a lot of there's eerily a lot of parallels here compared to Cert 2. It from the perspective of the footage here for Cert 2, the motor on the right side of the vehicle was what burned through first, and it's the same case here during its latest flight. And also on Cert 2, the burn through happened in the same area, but on Cert 2, it appeared that the burn through was on the right side of the nozzle, so it was burning outwards. This time, it looked like the failure was inwards, kind of toward the BE4s. So I don't know the vibration environment around that area or on that side of the booster. I don't know what testing ULA has done to incorporate the XL motor compared to the standard 63 onto the booster, even though the XL is the only one that flies on Vulcan. But there's just visually from what we can see, there were a lot of parallels between this and Cert 2. Just the environment in which it launched in was a little bit different in temperature and also humidity as well.
I have an idea for us to
What's
try.
your idea?
Okay, Max, this gives me an idea. So the boosters, they like when they're assembled, I imagine they're all assembled roughly the same clocking wise, and then they just attach different they probably have the bracket. If you think of the coordinate system of the strap-on booster, right, individually, they're probably always attaching the parts where it adheres to the vehicle, which is actually the verb. Thank you, chat. Where it adheres to the vehicle, where it attaches, is probably always, let's just call it like the Z-axis or the Y-axis, right?
Okay.
Like those are always going to be in the same place. I would like to see a side-by-side look at was it Cert 2, the first burn through?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would like to see a side-by-side look at where on the motor it's burning through, not just the rocket, but like where on the motor it's burning through first. So you said it on Cert 2, it's burning through outward on the vehicle. On Cert 1, it's burning through inward.
Let me try and find the footage, actually.
It sounds like
it's
maybe
linked
I'm
in
answering my own
it's all
question.
linked in the doc, Max.
Maybe they're different.
Is it?
burn
Okay,
through
cool.
areas.
Yeah, it's
Like
linked in the
relative
doc.
to the clocking of the booster.
Yeah. What's interesting also, again, is in terms of timing, while the booster didn't have the big explosive, sparking show till about 1 minute and 6 seconds in, the time when we first saw that burn through is eerily similar to the moment that we saw nozzle ejection on Cert 2. So it seems like, I don't know if it just burned in a different location and therefore shot off faster, if it started burning sooner at liftoff or what, but it was within about 10 seconds of each other when the first nozzle observed itself away to when we first saw the burn through pop up, although it did stay on the vehicle until they hit max Q, and a couple seconds after that was when it decided to observe itself away.
But either way, it was still a very, very early part in the flight where velocity was nowhere near what it needed to be to get to its targeted orbit. So if God forbid that the booster had a catastrophic failure there completely, it would have been probably mission over for the mission. I mean, or just in general. But the rest of it, what's more impressive than the GEM 63 XL's ability to fire somewhat nominally without a nozzle is, as Joe was saying, the GNC aboard the core stage booster with the BE4s, but also how much Centaur 5 had to compensate for the lack of thrust in orientation afterwards as well. Because this was arguably worse than Cert 2 in terms of orientation in how much correction the booster had to make before solid rocket motor separation. So this is one heck of a way to prove your vehicle's robustness.
If we can talk a little bit about GNC, I would love to do that. I would like to do a demo, but I need to go get something else. Does anyone else have a take on GNC? And I'm going to go get a little object.
Yeah,
EJ,
go for
go.
it. We can talk about it.
In terms of guidance, navigation, and control, yeah. So that's what GNC stands for, guidance and navigation. It's basically the people that wrote the software for the autopilot. When you're Vulcan's on this mission, this was a VC4S mission. Vulcan Centaur for SRB. S for the variant of the Centaur, if I'm remembering correctly.
Short fairing.
No, the
short fairing. Yeah, short fairing. Yeah, they do have two different versions of Centaur, but so it's using the short fairing. So with the 4 GEM63s, their nozzles are canted out to go through the center of gravity. If you lose one, your center of thrust is significantly off kilter. And Joe will talk about this a little bit more in a second, but it's actually crazy that they lost. When you lose a nozzle on an SRB, your burn rate's going to go through the roof, and it'll flame out prematurely. I mean, it depends on where it fails, but honestly, I'm pretty sure that's what happened here. So the BE4s were dealing with a very high amount of differential thrust, and what ended up happening is, to compensate for the offset center of thrust, it looks like the vehicle goes into a roll, but it's actually slewing a little bit. It wants to, the back end wants to come out because of the differential thrust, but the BE4s compensated. They compensated for it. Joe will explain it a lot better than me, but yeah, it's actually crazy. Joe, you have your model ready to go?
I have my model ready to go, except so the thing that I want to talk about is a little weirder than this. First of all, EJ, I think you actually did a great job talking about it. Basically, like, you have like a little bit of like a cattywampus thrust.
Yeah,
where that word came from, but
no, that's
like
good.
You got like a little bit of a like misaligned thrust vector, and so you've got your rocket ends up flying slightly at an angle, like power sliding a little bit. Actually,
drift.
What's the configuration of Atlas where it has one booster?
The 401 or
slider.
501.
Yeah,
401 or 501. It's a similar thing, right? Like you have slightly misaligned thrusting.
411, 511.
Yeah, 411 and 511.
And the difference there would be with with either of those configurations, like their nominal configurations, the motor is firing through the average center of mass, so you're not creating a torque. What EJ was saying too is like now, because the rocket doesn't expect to lose its nozzle, like now you do have like a little bit of a constant torque, so your gimbal has to be consistently offset. Okay, that's not what I want to talk about. This is weirder. Okay, so I have here a fin from a rocket, and do not worry about why it's not attached to a rocket. That's nobody's business. That's not my business either. This is just a fin, okay? So the fin has a control surface in it. If I move this, it's a little hard to see, but if I move this, there's a control surface embedded. I'm gonna get a feedback on my camera here. Okay, so if you want to roll your rocket, we'll do it this way. If you want to roll your rocket and you move your control surface this way, you're going to roll this way. All right. Oh, EJ, can we pull up EJ's camera really quick?
Oh, I thought we were doing
me beat on fins.
What?
I thought we were doing fins. I'm sorry. I just wanted to be included.
Where'd you get that? What?
Don't worry about it, Joe.
Wait, what? Okay. What fin is that?
Is that from a Sidewinder?
Yeah. Wait, you don't have that?
Well, we will be talking about that later. But,
okay, all right, all right. It's relevant.
Anyway,
it's relevant.
Joe,
I
continue.
swear. It's what I wanted Joe to finish. What?
So, here's what I want you to imagine. I want you to imagine that this is attached to a rocket, and the rocket has rolled 179 degrees, not 180, but 179. So it's done almost a half rotation. By the time it's at 179, the control surface is way over here. This is trying to control the roll, right? So it's really trying to push the rocket back. But let's say there's something attached to the rocket up here, or maybe down somewhere else. Maybe it's a solid booster, right? There's something that's creating a constant roll torque. And so by the time you're at 179 degrees, this force that's trying to roll it back is actually being equalized and counteracted by some other mystery force that's like a constant torque on the rocket. But once you hit 180, it becomes more efficient, or 181 or negative 179. Once you pass that halfway waypoint, your control surface is no longer going to be pointing this way. Now the most efficient way to get back to zero is to go on the shorter path, which is roll all the way around, do a full 360. But if your control system doesn't know how to handle that, when you hit that point, that like singularity, whatever you want to call it, when you hit that point, you're going to flip this way. And now your control surface that's trying to roll it back to zero is working with the disturbance that was holding it and like making it roll before. So now instead of your control system like tamely bringing it back to zero, you're working with it, and you're going to really overshoot the 0 point because you've got like effectively twice the amount of force that's pushing you back to that zero roll angle. So I find it very impressive. You can also solve this by using different coordinate systems or not using Euler angles. We're not going to get into all of it. Like there are ways to solve it, but it is impressive because it's such a weird failure mode that it shows that the GNC team is like thinking hard about this stuff and has a lot of mitigating ways to like deal with problems. So I'm really impressed by that. I think about it a lot with my rockets, and I have not solved it elegantly or at all in my rockets. But I call it like a wraparound problem. Like when you're rolled really, really far and you roll just a little bit further and it goes whoop and it flips, it's impressive to be able to recover from that.
Don't worry, Northrop Grumman hasn't figured it out either.
That's a compounding roll
God.
rate, Joe, if you don't compensate for that, right? That's what that's called, compounding roll rate?
I think so. I mean, I don't know. It makes sense that you would call it that.
Yeah. See, the reason, so I'm not trying to be like, I got a bigger fin than you. There's actually ways to solve this problem.
Wow.
It's very interesting. So if we look at this, don't worry, this is okay to show it's a super old design. There's a way to compensate for, like with a missile. And I'm not sure you could do this on a solid or anything with Vulcan, but there's an aerodynamic channel here that moves this wheel, and that ends up being a reaction wheel. And look, it uses angular precession to actually to fix that problem that you're talking about, because the Sidewinder missile's going all over the place, right? This thing actually is used to stabilize it out because it takes the oncoming air and turns it into a passive reaction wheel, which that's one of the ways to solve the problem that you're talking about. Now, like, once again, we're in the weeds here. Vulcan doesn't do anything like that with its SRBs, but yeah, there are ways to figure this out, but they did it with software, which is crazy considering, I mean, this thing's super cool, but you're not going to put that on your launch vehicle, right? Like,
give me 1 second, EJ. Hold on. You keep talking about Sidewinder.
But wait, there's more.
Here we
By
go.
the way, just while we're talking about this, the SRBs on Vulcan, they are fixed, correct? They don't gimbal. All of the gimbal comes from the BE-4s.
Correct.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. The nozzles are, the nozzles on the GM63s are canted out and they're fixed. That doesn't mean that there hasn't been attachable SRBs in the past that have a vectorable nozzle. It's dual.
Shuttle.
I mean,
SLS space shuttle.
SLS, GM60s, or GM40s that flew on Delta can have a vectorable nozzle, if I'm remembering correctly. Anyway, Joe, you're back. Let's see.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, I think that EJ, you and I may have been nerd sniped by the same eBay listing. I don't have the full fin.
Oh my God!
Unit.
Yes!
It's got all the balancing marks on the wheel so that it'll, not. But I assume yours has that too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's amazing,
dude. Actually, Joe, I don't know if you don't have the full fin.
I don't have the full fin.
I gotta go run my air compressor. Have you ever shot air through this thing and then tried to move it? It is nuts what happens. Actually, the thing will compensate if you try to turn it. It's super freaking cool. Actually, really smart.
My bearings are a little sticky, so I don't know how fast it'll end up going. But
I put air tool lubricant in mine.
Yeah, maybe I need to do that.
It worked. We did it once. I mean, I'd have to go fire up the compressor, but
I assumed
this.
I assumed the same thing happened to you, man. Like I saw the eBay listing and I was like, I like blacked out, and then I ended up ordering it. It wasn't even a choice for me. I was like, of course I'm gonna buy this.
Yeah, I mean, this showed up on my door. This showed up in my PO box. I'll say. That's all I'm saying.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of stuff shows up in my PO box, like we'll talk about this later. Stuff like this,
You got to bring the tile.
A dinner plate.
Huh?
Yeah. It's a dinner plate. I mean, that one's fake. It's 3D printed, but a lot of weird stuff shows up in my PO box. But yeah. Oh yeah. No, I've done that. Definitely been like, you know what? I need this. Yeah, it's mine now.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, the DNC is awesome. Like there are ways to solve that problem, and they did figure it out with Vulcan. And it's crazy that I don't know if you saw it, Joe. It slewed a little bit, and then it compensated, and then it slewed again, and it compensated again, and then it evened it out. That's wild engineering with software. That's really, dude, they were on point. It's really, really impressive stuff. The fact that mission didn't explode is unreal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's such a... Yeah, go ahead, Sawyer.
No, I just want to get this out for transparency and fairness, is that we did reach out to Northrop Grumman about their statement on it, because obviously ULA posted that the mission was a success and everything like that. But I do want to make sure that we acknowledge Northrop Grumman did respond when we asked them for comment and said during today's successful launch of United Launch Alliance's Vulcan rocket and its USSF-87 mission, the team observed an anomaly on one of Northrop Grumman's GEM 63XL solid rocket boosters. We continue to work with our ULA partners to collect data and understand this event. And ULA did also mention that they were going to attempt to recover some of the debris from it. So I don't know if they're going to try and recover the full casing like they did during the CERT-2 mission, but they are going to be doing some debris recovery.
It's like CERT-2 all over again, it feels like.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we got their statement out there for fairness. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, Joe.
Maybe we should just recover our SRBs. I'm just saying. Maybe we should just start doing that.
What a concept, EJ.
I know.
What a concept.
I know, it's weird, right?
Yeah.
I'm very curious to see how they respond to this long term, how Northrop responds to this long term. Also, I don't remember if I said this earlier. I think it is so funny that they continue to use the term observation. Like, it is so funny to me that they're just I guess they said they observed an anomaly, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, credit where it's due. That is a correct statement. But when in the original like Omega rocket failure, where they were like, "Yeah, there was an observation," it's like just say it didn't work, man. It's okay.
There's the first response from ULA about it, when they first acknowledged it.
I can't clown on ULA because ULA is like in such a tough position just generally, right? But I can clown on Northrop. Yeah. Who has, I just recently looked it up. It's almost a $100 billion market cap and cannot figure out how to make solid motors. And like
they love making solid motors that feel real goofy, right, Joe?
That feel what?
Goofy, as you put it in your video.
Yeah, they feel
goofy.
Yeah. I think in my original video I was like, it's feeling a little goofy.
I mean, yeah. The BOLE nozzle.
Yeah, which that brings me to a question that Mighty Unlikely asked is, what are the solid booster nozzle differences between, Vulcan boosters with the 63XLs versus SLS or Bole? And by the way, that's the bullseye graphic that we talked about, that Tor used to call it, of it's still, not exactly dead center, but still within the center circle, I guess, of where it aimed for, even with that issue.
So one of the big differences between the solids on the Space Shuttle or SLS compared to those that fly on Atlas and Vulcan now, that is actually remarkable accuracy considering the amount of maneuvering that the whole rocket had to endure while still attached to all four solids and before staging even happened at all. I also, a lot of credit there has to go to Centaur as well for having to correct for a lot of that. Centaur 5 is a beast, as it has proven to be, with both RL-10s now instead of just one. But the biggest differences between the solid rocket motors on Atlas and Vulcan and those that flew or fly on SLS and the Space Shuttle is that the GEM 63s and the GEM 63XLs are a single are one single composite case. They are not segmented like those on the space shuttle and the SLS. I think the 63 XLs are the largest solid rocket motors that are flying currently that are not a part of the Space Launch System or space shuttle. They are also the largest singular carbon composite structure to be flown in spaceflight. That might be a bit of a butchering on the language there. They look kind of small on Vulcan, but trust me, they are not small motors. Also, as we have talked about before already, the nozzles are fixed in place on them. They have no ability to gimbal, whereas they do on SLS and the space shuttle. SLS is so the segmented motors on the space shuttle were 4 main segments, and the SLS are 5. So they're a bit taller. They produce a bit more thrust, and the XL motors compared to the just standard Gem 63X or Gem 63s that fly on Atlas, the XLs are a little bit longer and produce. Help me out, Joe. I think you might know this more than me. Is it 10 to 20% more thrust compared to the standard models?
I don't actually know off the top of my head. That doesn't sound wrong. That sounds about right, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, so it's either way, there's much different design philosophies. There are obvious differences in sizes and also age as well, because the motors that are flying on SLS, they were mostly designed in the 70s. Granted, there have been some design changes in that the lining inside of the steel casings for SLS have been changed from an asbestos lining to like a more rubber substance now on SLS. And obviously those, again, on Vulcan are a single carbon composite case, that they are not segmented. So those are the 2 biggest differences there on those 2 fronts. But obviously, one is having a lot more success than the other at the moment.
I have a bit of a thought here, which is like always a bad start. But I have a bit of a thought that I'm wondering if so ULA or Northrop released that video after they recovered the CERT 2 motor from the bottom of the ocean to basically like aid in their investigation, right? So they recovered from the bottom of the ocean. They're like, okay, we found the root cause, we fixed it, or we addressed it. Maybe I don't know the language they used.
They said it was a manufacturing defect, which is
manufacturing defect. So they may have. I'm wondering, like, it is very expensive to make big solid motors. Every time you make one, it's a ton of fuel. It's a ton of time. It's like a physical risk. So there's a pretty high incentive to not remake the motor, and especially with composite motors, you usually build it all at once. There's not like a nozzle that you bolt on or take off. Actually, I think the 63XL has a bolt-on nozzle, but either way, I am curious. I'm not suggesting this is exactly what happened. I am curious if these are actually from a similar production batch. They actually are not updated motors. And what may have happened is when they recovered the motor, when they investigated the first time that this happened, I'm wondering if they concluded that it was a one-off manufacturing defect, looked through the closeout photos and closeout material from all of the other productions of the motor, fired one of those. It didn't do anything. Maybe they fired a second. I don't know. I only saw one firing. I'm wondering if they concluded that it was a one-off failure, and it isn't, and so they didn't actually understand it, and this may not actually be an updated design. I don't know if that's the case. Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
That sounds reasonable, honestly. Like
it's
if
very
above
expensive
anything
to remake these.
Yeah, that sounds like the most reasonable explanation as to the whole thing. But I don't know.
See, Joe, that always is weird. That's weird in my mind. Like if you're gonna look at it and you're gonna conclude post inspection of the recovered booster that it's a manufacturing defect, like, okay, it was just isolated to that one, so the other boosters should be okay. Why qualify another booster in the first place? Like that's really where I'm getting hung up. If they concluded,
why fire another one?
Yeah, exactly. Why qualify another one? Why put one out on the stand in Promontory and fire it?
I can answer that.
Okay, go for it.
It looks good.
There you go.
Yeah.
It looks like you did your homework.
Looks
I'm not
looks
saying
like
I don't think anything actively malicious happened here. I don't think anyone saw that there was a problem and ignored it. But there's like everyone who's doing this is a human who has like schedule pressure and a job they want to keep and like all of the regular stresses of employment. So and like it costs everyone a lot of money and a lot of time to remake these motors. There's always going to be like a really strong pull to be like, I think it's actually fine and we don't need to remake several $1 million worth of rocket motors and scrap all of the existing ones. Like I remember a while ago, Tory Bruno, when he was in his tenure at ULA, tweeting a photo, and it stuck in my head because it was a photo of a tent, not a secure building, but like a tent with a bunch of these motors in there. And he was just like, look at all these solids. I don't know if anyone can find it and toss it in the chat, but there's this photo of like a bunch of these solids that just exist. I think they were for Vulcan, and like, you know, they these motors get produced.
I think I know which
pretty
one
well
you're
in
talking
advance.
about.
Yeah,
I
Max,
think
do
I
you
know which one you're
you know what
talking
I'm talking about.
I think I'm going to try to find it.
So if we take a look like and like tap into like the most human part of your brain that like wants to not waste material and waste good work, and when you see all of these motors, there's probably just going to be a really strong incentive to ignore data, not maliciously, but ignore data that suggests that all of these are not reliable. Like I fall victim to this. Everyone does. It's not even like a malicious thing. I just think there's a powerful urge.
Yeah.
Do you think that's what happened with Starliner and its thrusters, Joe?
I think a lot of things happen with Starliner. I think it's hard to nail down, like, here's the one thing that went wrong. And it's actually like, okay, if you want to nail that down, I think it's probably McDonnell Douglas. But I don't, you know. But with the solid stuff, it's probably important to say again, like, we're just speculating. We don't actually know. We don't have any of the flight data other than like the telemeter data that they show. So this is my guess. My guess is that there's a strong incentive to keep using the existing stockpile. And if there's a reasonable, believable explanation that we found the issue and it was just that Bob, the technician, on his second day of work, didn't use enough glue when he put the ablative on the exit cone, that's a really fun thing to believe, because you get to fire Bob and you get to be like, well, now the problem is fixed and we don't have to take a $10 million bath and remake all these motors over the next few months. That's my guess. Bye, Bob. And sorry for Bob, you know? Probably got canned for no reason.
Here's an interesting thought, though. Michael was saying, what if the problem is the BE4s, vibrations, heat, etc.? And my thought to that, though, is how come it's only affected one side, one particular nozzle on both 2 and 4? There was nothing on 1 and 3, but wouldn't it be more of them having issues if it was something to do with the BE4s?
Could be an aerodynamic dead zone just in that area. The aerodynamic stagnation zones happen. That's why, if you guys, I don't know, Sawyer, if you saw when we were watching the wet dress rehearsal yesterday, SLS actually has some like strakes on the forward SRB attachment points to avoid aerodynamic stagnation around the forward SRB attachment. Yep. So that's what I was thinking, and that's what I was going to ask. Like, I was going to ask Joe, like, do you think it could be just you're in an aerodynamic dead zone down there, and aerodynamic drag, you know, you got low heat, so a lot of heat being introduced at low pressure, it has no place to go.
Dude, I mean, that's exactly what came to mind too, is the strakes on the newer SLS. Like, maybe there's like some buffeting that happens down there that's just like all around the nozzle, and it gives it fatigue. I don't know. It could be.
Mm-hmm. These are some of the nozzles, by the way, in a tent that Tory Bruno shared when he was still with ULA.
Hey, baby, look at that. They're all stacked in a row.
I remember this photo not because of how many motors are in there, or it does look very pretty. Like, wow, there's a lot of impulse. But I remember this photo and thinking, like, why are they not in like a building that is more fireproof than this? But the thing is, like, if any one of these motors goes off, it is so unbelievably bad that it would not matter if it were a concrete building.
Pepcon, baby.
It wouldn't matter where you are. Fine that it's a tent, I think.
Yeah, it's good. It's got HVAC in it. There's heaters. There's an air conditioner back there. You're good.
Yeah. And by the way, someone named Jack A. Beyer in chat said, when Northrop Grumman gave us a tour the day before the Bolay firing, they showed us several nozzles actively under construction. Wild to think we might have seen the problem nozzle. Also wild that the Bolay booster had the same kind of issue. Is there any correlation potentially with that, Joe?
I think the Bolay nozzle, such an interesting name. I think the Bolay nozzle, that looked a little different to me. It's such a different scale of motor too, right? Like that thing is enormous, and it's vectorable, so that all of the geometry down there is a lot more complex. And as I understood, it looks like we're about to see it here. I think the skirt seemed to split in half. So like the exit section seemed to split in half and was still like somewhat attached. I'm watching it now with you guys. I don't actually remember what fails first.
So
I think there was some burn through around the skirt, and then it propagated downwards, and then that's when the nozzle kind of blew off.
Okay. So it could be something similar. I mean, maybe it sounds like Northrop is just not has some like bad characterization data on how fast their ablatives burn through, but it burns through so early in most of these burns. I guess the Bolay motor, didn't that burn through near the end?
It happens past the halfway point, I think.
Yeah, it happens towards the end, dude, when the not towards tail off, but getting to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know that these are the same failure. They seem like different enough motors that I don't know that you could say there's any commonality there, apart from maybe Northrop has bad characterization data on how fast they expect their ablatives to erode. That's the only thing that I would see as like a commonality here, is if you have phenolic or what are the other common, like EPDM, if you have these like Kevlar EPDM liners or whatever, and you have data on how fast they ablate. First of all, it's not a fixed rate. It's a rate that's dependent on pressure and mass flux. So it's like just this really dynamic thing. Like you have a whole lookup table that represents how fast these things erode at different temperatures, pressures, mass flux, etc. If all that data is wrong, then that could be a commonality between the Bolay booster failing, the Omega booster failing, these two boosters burning through for Vulcan. But I would expect that they would have found a commonality like that beforehand. So I don't know that these are the same failure.
Yeah, we just saw the multiple explosions with that one.
Yeah.
It's pretty ugly, but also spectacular.
Actually, okay, I have one more thought. I don't know that these are the same failure too, because it seems like what blew out here was like the entire nozzle, and it like loses pressure, as opposed to like the boosters for Vulcan, like they maintain their throat of the nozzle. Like the booster maintains enough of its original thrust that it makes it to orbit. Like if the booster lost the entire nozzle, I doubt that thing makes it to orbit.
That looks like kind of like maybe the lining or the seal around where the nozzle vectors like kind of leaks first, and then it propagates outwards, and then that's where you get the initial nozzle loss.
Gosh, I forgot how violent this was,
dude. Yeah,
So actually,
just staring at it.
On the official stream, you actually heard somebody from Northrop go,
Yeah.
That's like Kevin with the joke there.
One of my favorite streams is with you guys. It's from NSF. It's one of the Astra flights, the power slide, and you hear
oh my god,
when it goes sideways, you hear someone go.
EJ's stream version is not family friendly, but it is amazing for that.
Oh my god, I think I know what you're talking about. I'll have to rewatch that after this. Oh my god,
dude, what I said was I said some bad words, but it was entirely reflexive because I've never seen that happen before.
Especially that "Go, you beautiful," afterwards.
Sack of junk, fly. Hey, it's pretty impressive. Once again, shout out to there's a lot of very talented GNC people out there in this industry. That's all I'm saying. Joe's right.
Yeah, that's funny. Like a civil engineer is never appreciated because the only time they're known is when the bridge falls down and they get pointed as like you did a wrong thing. GNC engineers are never appreciated until everything else is failing except for them. Right?
Yeah. Right. Oh yeah.
That's so
They're
true.
They're like the IT guy at the office. Everything's on fire, and they're just sitting there like, "Yeah, this is fine. All right, we got it. We got it. It's good."
So I guess that's the answer to Is That Bad, Dad? Anyway, let me thank some people here. Ghost Rider saying Jack Byer is going to become a belter.
Yes. Yeah. Mining asteroids. Jackaloda.
Jim Yoder, ULA's booster issues are obviously SpaceX snipers.
Oh my God.
I like it.
You know, I find it kind of funny how we had we had Vulcan Cert 2, then we had Ship 36, then we had Booster 18, then we had USSF 87.
Coincidence?
I think not. I'm just kidding. Complete
I think
joke.
not.
For legal reasons, that was a joke.
Here's one from Crafty Geek with a tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying, on the Vulcan launch stream, hosts speculated falling glowing bits were nozzle pieces, but Breaking Space / Ryan, our second channel, called it unspent fuel burning. Did new info arise / care to clarify? Appreciate the late night coverage.
I can speak to this.
Go for it, DJ.
So, guys, SRBs do spark. There's stabilizers, and Joe can speak to this too. There's stabilizers in your propellant, usually aluminum flakes, right? And sometimes there's like an air bubble in there, and you're gonna get a weird combustion spark coming out the back. That happens. It happens with solids. With that being said, those SF-87 ejected its nozzle, and its nozzle came back down. I mean, Max, you saw it. You were there. It's parts of its nozzle, like there's like if it's ejecting a meter wide chunk, you got a big problem, right? Yeah. Joe, like you have to stabilize the explosion with aluminum, right? Like for the big boys. I don't know how you do it.
There's one of my favorite papers on solid rocket motors has to do with a bunch of stuff that isn't important here, but the opening line is when God created solid motors, he knew he needed to create aluminum to stabilize the combustion. Like the aluminum actually does damp out a lot of the like crazy oscillations and resonance you can have in there. So, but yeah, I mean, if you look at a solid burning at night, like especially if you look at that, like I think I know the view you're talking about, you're kind of looking down the plume and you see the sparks coming out. I think part of that is maybe also camera exposure, right? Like once the huge bright plume of the solids isn't in frame, you can see all of the ejecta, whatever you'd call it, like all of the stuff that comes out not directly in the plume. But I do think late in flight, we definitely see chunks of the nozzle. So it could be a little bit of both. I'm not sure there are too many bubbles in Northrop's motors. Like as far as there's a great video on Northrop's channel where they just show a lot of B-roll of them making the 63 XLs. And they show that I think most, if not all motors get a pretty thorough X-ray. And they might have like an allowable number of voids, but I think they also do vacuum casting, so they shouldn't really have voids at all. So I don't know, but solid motors can eject some sparks, and in fact, with hobby motors, like a lot of the times the hobbyist likes it. The hobbyists like the look of the sparks ejecting, so you put like titanium flakes or something like that in there. And
all right,
sparks. Yeah,
cool. Heck yeah, man.
I think the reason that we talked about that on air was because I believe it was Fleet Cam from Rusty's at the Port had what looks like actual pieces that were larger following down, not just the sparks coming off, but physical pieces that were falling, if I remember rightly. Again, I was over on the Space Force side watching it, and I didn't get to see as many pieces, but that's what I remember afterwards looking at.
So Dee's camera also caught some, and the behind-the-scenes camera for us at the prize site also got some, having looked back. But yeah, it was visible from multiple angles.
I have to look back at my footage too. Yeah. Anyway. Here's one from Jim Yoder, and I'll throw this one to you while we still have you, Joe. Is there an atmospheric pressure difference at that height during flight that can't be replicated in ground tests? They also need to do vertical tests since all the tests are horizontal.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like that is different. and they're not when they're in Utah, they're not testing at anything other than atmospheric pressure. If you don't see a huge vacuum apparatus around, you can be pretty sure those are not the exact exact flight conditions. And then testing vertically versus horizontally is a good point too. There's I think like generally there's not a huge difference for solids testing vertically versus horizontally. The only big vertical tests that I can think of are the AJ 260, that huge solid that we did in the 60s,
Miami, Everglades, yeah.
But apart from that, I don't know that I have like a lot of technical info to back that up, but I mean, testing vertically versus horizontally, I think usually comes down to like what your infrastructure is rather than like I can think of good reasons. I don't want to go too long on this, but I can think of good reasons to test liquids vertically, which is if your liquids start to pool in the chamber, then you can hard start and you'll blow up your chamber. And we have done that a lot of times, like as a human species. But that makes sense for liquids. Same thing for hybrids. If your oxidizer pools, you can hard start with the fuel. But for solids, like, I don't know that there's a huge difference. I would be curious to see if they if they try to replicate like what I would do is I would take some big speakers. I would hire the biggest event planner in town in Promontory, Utah, and I would just generate the acoustic environment of the BE4s around. Like I would get as flight-like as possible. Maybe you stand the motor up vertically. You probably have to kick it into high gear for this one. Like if the same thing fails twice, if that's what happened, I would be pulling all the stops to recreate it.
Yeah. You mean you could drag one of these engines down to West Texas and fire them next to a BE4 somehow? Even though Blue would probably cringe at that idea because if the SRB goes wrong, there goes the BE4 test stand.
Yeah, if I'm Blue Origin, I'm not going to be a huge fan of that one.
No.
So,
but I mean, if you want to recreate flight-like scenarios, the best way to do that is to fire one in proximity with a BE4.
Yeah, it could be. I'll say the other thing is there are also other solids. So like the thing that creates the most vibration here is I don't think the BE4s, I think it's the other solids. So maybe they just need to fire 4 of these solids together at once. And
maybe.
I think one of you raised this point earlier too, like why is it only one that fails? It seems more likely that like a couple would fail if that's what's happening, but I don't know, man. This is weird. I really hope we get another video about it or some like juicy technical detail. I don't think that's coming for a little while, but man, what a strange thing to have it. What it seems, we can't diagnose it, but what it seems to be the same failure twice.
Yeah, the solids have a 1 in 6 failure rate at the moment because they've fired 12 of them. They had 2 on flight 1, 2 on flight 2, 4 on flight 3, 4 on flight 4. So that's 4, 8, 12. Wow. So it's a 1 in 6 failure rate right now. And so just by the odds, if they fly a VC6 variant, a Vulcan, chances are one of those solids is going to have a burn through.
Look, I'll say this.
Just by the odds.
It keeps making it to orbit. Best part is no part. Get rid of the nozzle. Sounds like just delete the part that's failing, huh?
And don't unzip your case either.
It's not the craziest thing I've ever heard, Joe.
No, I hate that kind of makes sense. It shouldn't be. Okay, this is the roll itself. You see there. And my best part about the roll.
Oh my God, I forgot about this.
Don't tempt me.
He'd do it too.
That was my favorite. I had to put that.
He'd do it.
When I was putting the show notes together, I had to put that in because it's just too funny.
Reed is great.
Reed Wiseman, commander of Artemis 2, by the way.
Wow.
Yes.
So, yeah, do a 360 in SLS. That'd be great.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Let's not. Let's not.
Patrick Bob, thank you for gifting 50 Red Team memberships again. Appreciate all of your support. It really means a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Drunar, hot take, Mission Control Cat stood on the E key. Nice. Wilbo Baggins.
Do you get that? I get that. Do you get it?
I get that.
I don't get it.
Can you tell who plays Kerbal?
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Not a true KSP player, dude.
Dude, I've never once played Kerbal. Fun fact.
Okay.
Believe it or not.
I have to go.
Chat, roast this man.
Yeah.
No, Joe, come back.
Yeah, I'm out too. See you later.
No,
You know what?
EJ.
I'm gonna head out to.
And then there was one.
Oh man! You
Anyway.
never played KSP? Really?
No, I'm not against it. I would love to play it. I've just never had a system that could support it. I don't know.
Neither has the voice of God, even though he has a copy of the game that was gifted to him. Kevin. We need a Kevin and EJ teaches Kevin and Max to play KSP. We need that.
I would
I'd
watch
be
that
down
series.
with that.
Yes.
I'd be down with that.
Yes.
Actually, Joe, you'd be a good teacher for how the thing flies and stuff and rates and whatever. I might need your help on that one, dude.
Just add more boosters.
Just add another one. It's fine.
Yeah.
When in doubt, add more boosters.
And if it comes apart, just add more struts. It's fine.
That's right.
Wilbo Baggins, Bless Space Pope and Bideford and Patrick.
Doss was supposed to teach me, by the way. Doss said he was going to teach me. We were going to do a stream, and Doss was going to teach me. It was going to be a Memby stream. But we haven't had time. We've been too busy.
We have been very busy.
It's that we've been playing that human space flight game. Dang it.
Yeah, like real humans
Jeez.
instead of whatever those Kerbal things are called. I forgot.
They're called Kerbals.
Kerbins.
Kerbals.
Yeah, those.
SMH, my Jebediah Kerman.
Plus, like I can barely figure out the subway map in New York City, and I lived there for 15 years. That subway map of all the physics and stuff, forget it.
Oh, the tech tree?
No, the Delta V map.
No, the
Delta V.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I'm
Sorry,
it's really fun. Kevin, I'll come down there. I'll teach you, dude. We'll get it done.
All right, we'll do a stream. I have cameras. You know, we can do a stream.
Let's get it done, man.
Oh my gosh, I love
Chat
this
says, "At
idea.
Canards, get out of here! Get out of here!"
I absolutely love this. Or Cloud, hearing all these solids and keep popping reminds me of that one Delta 2 launch. We had an anomaly.
We have to secure the
Great clip.
area
all time.
Yeah. We have had, it was like deer in headlights. We have had an anomaly.
Yeah, and the infliction at the end. We've had an anomaly.
I think, and then it just pans. The camera goes outside. It's just raining hellfire down on the launch site.
Yep.
It's like, this is bad.
Or that one Titan 4 where it pitches over FTS triggers and the guy on comms is just like, oh no.
Have you guys seen the is it the Casamilla Express or something? This is an obscure one. Scott Manley did a video about it. It was a Minuteman 3 ICBM test in
Yes, in Vandenberg, right?
Yeah, and it went inland instead of over the ocean. And they figured this out really, really quick, right? Because they're monitoring with radar and all sorts of stuff. And you hear them screaming on the net. You're like, going the wrong way, Bob. like
Bob,
wait,
trigger
it's
it,
going the
Bob.
wrong way, Bob. And then they kill it.
Wait, is that the same Bob that was fired for Starliner?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh God.
Bye, Bob.
Yeah.
And then Jim Yoder saying Omega was actually a cool rocket. Rip.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Unfortunately, yeah. Well, just as the nozzle said it had to get out of here, I know, Joe, you have to get out of here too. And so act like a Gem 63 XL nozzle. But thank you so much for your expertise.
And disintegrate.
No.
I
a reminder for.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say a reminder for people who don't know where they can see you and all of your awesome stuff. Just give yourself a quick plug here.
Oh yeah, it's bps.space. That's the YouTube channel. I make solid rocket motors, but I also make flight computers and flight software, and I am trying to send a rocket to space, and so making videos about the whole thing. If you want to watch that process, that is where I do it. My favorite part today, I will just say, is EJ and I realizing that we both have Sidewinder roller-ons, even though EJ has the whole thing, which I'm a little jealous of.
Big fin energy.
Yeah. But thank you guys so much for having me. This was a blast. I love being on this show.
Thank you, Joe. Seriously, that was a lot of fun,
man.
Yeah, we don't want you to keep coming here because of failures, but it's nice having you here.
Well, yeah, when it happens again, I'll see you guys in, I don't know, 10 months, something like that.
Harsh.
Man, as
Thanks,
long as it
Joe.
happens without crew on board, we can just joke about it. But yeah. Thank you guys so much for having me. I'll see y'all soon.
Thanks,
Looking
Joe.
See you,
forward
buddy.
to that.
Thanks for
Thank you,
being here.
Joe. Oh, love having Joe here. That is awesome. And again, yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen anytime soon. What we do hope happens soon is Artemis 2 and SLS launching, because you know what that means? Oh, I'm doing it again like last night.
No. Crap, I know
We're
what you're
doing it
doing.
again.
No.
That means that we've released the next design for our Artemis merch, of which we already have 2 out. The newest one being this, the Artemis 2 Vintage Hoodie, which there's so much cool stuff in it. You got the crew at the bottom, you got the A that looks like the Artemis A, but also a 2, but also the trajectory. And yes, as we get closer to launch, that means we get to unveil design number 3, which, yeah. Oh, you can see the kind of diamond square shaped thing there. That's all I'll say, because that's what Ryan's been saying about it.
I may or may not have a patch here that has said design, but I can't show it. Otherwise, Kevin would like rip my head off. But it's right here. It's right here.
Why'd you give it away that it's a patch?
Design.
I'm going to keep going here. We also have the SLS worm stuff, and we also have the assembly merch that came out as well. All of these are available on the Artemis landing page that we have at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We also have some posters and prints from Rollout on the page, and if you go into the prints as well, we also have some other prints in there from recent times. So we have SLS from Flight 1 as well as Flight 2. Both of them are on that page and in the print section. Hey, I wonder who took this one. Oh, wait, it tells you who took it. And also, Nate took that one. And then, of course, a portion of it does actually go to the photographer when you buy one of those prints. So we all appreciate that. So thank you very much. Boy, chat is... Lindsay's going to get a lot of messages. Anyway, so how about we distract people from that, and Max, you talk about the Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal that we were at yesterday. Oh, by the way, in case you forgot the link, you can see it right there. It's on the bottom of the screen, shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
I mean, it's not much of a distraction when it's very much on topic, right? It's just more so it's just going in a different. We're not. Hopefully, we're not in the flame trench. That'll be a very bad day for all of us.
Well, it's not launching yet. It's just wet dress rehearsal, so it should be saved by now.
By now, I'd hope so.
Yeah.
I'd hope so by now.
I don't know if I'd want to be under that thing when it's being fueled.
Oh, I would. That'd be so cool, dude. It'd be so cool.
Very cold, in
so
fact.
Rad.
So cool.
If there was an opportunity to go out with like the red team or the closeout team, dude, I would sign whatever I would need to.
I'd do that.
Get out to that pad.
Not during 100%.
fueling,
I don't want to be near that when it's
I don't think
fuel,
NASA would ever let anyone do that ever. Maybe we could stick a GoPro on one of them at least.
If you don't ask, you don't receive, right?
Well,
right.
Michael Scott said you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Also with NASA Public Affairs, sometimes when you do ask, you don't receive, but that's a whole nother story. Anyway.
Oh, God. I'm trying to keep everybody at KSC happy, Sawyer. Good Lord.
Personal opinion, not the opinion of NSF. Anyway, if I never get credentialed again for media, you now know why. Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal.
Banned. Anyway, yes, after about almost facts. Oh, we missed Joe. We missed a perfect chance to do that.
Sorry.
Anyway, after it was almost a 3-week gap since the first attempt or the first wet dress rehearsal of the SLS for Artemis 2. NASA was back at it again after repairing some seals, both the 4-inch and the 8-inch seals on the TSMU, or the tail service mast umbilical, which is what connects directly to the SLS core stage to fuel it with both liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Since the repairs, they went through the entire wet dress rehearsal yesterday evening with the go for prop load given at about 9:27 a.m. local time, and they then proceeded to fuel the core stage and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or the ICPS. And unlike wet dress rehearsal 1, they went all the way through a propellant load without issue minus there being a minor comms issue with somewhere in their networking systems, which launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson commented about this morning during the post-wet dress rehearsal press conference. But after they got that cleared, they went right into LH2 fast fill, and they did not stop. Unlike wet dress number 1, where they had to stop and start twice to let those seals kind of warm up and reseal, they went all the way through without any pausing. And Charlie also talked about how they observed no more than a 0.4% leak rate concentration in the TSMU for the entirety of LH2 fast fill, which is incredible. And to put some perspective on that, the red line for leak rate concentration for Artemis 1 was 4%. 4%. For Artemis 2, it was up to 16%. And during the first wet dress, they were observing anywhere from a 10 to 12% leak rate concentration during the entire prop load procedures. But yeah, they didn't see anything above 0.4% for the entirety of fast fill operations. And it only spiked to about 1.6% during LH2 tank pressurization, which, mind you, also because of the objectives that they wanted to meet, they went through terminal count twice, and because they have to pressurize the LH2 tank during terminal count, that is when pressure would spike, and that is where they saw the excess of 16% concentration during the wet dress for Artemis 1, but they didn't see anything above 1.6 this time, and that was only observed during the first run through terminal count, and I think it was 0.6% on take number 2, which was incredible. Like, that is a major leap forward in terms of their making sure that their seals are correct and everything is happy and healthy. In terms of the objectives that they wanted to meet, they wanted to run through terminal count twice. So they have a built-in hold, or they have the ability to hold at T-minus 10 minutes, which they did for a period of time yesterday to work on some other stuff to make sure that the vehicle was ready to go through terminal count. And then the count then resumed at T-minus 10 minutes. And the first objective was to hold at T-minus 90 seconds. Do that for a period of time. I think it was around 2 or 3 minutes. And then they then proceeded through terminal count through T-minus 33 seconds, which they did successfully. And after that, they then reset the clock back to T-minus 10 minutes, waited about, I want to say it was a little over an hour to reset both the vehicle and ground systems to make sure that they were ready to go through another run through terminal count. And they did it successfully. The count resumed past T-minus 10 minutes, and they ran all the way to their planned abort time at T-minus 29 seconds without issue. So it wasn't a flawless wet dress rehearsal because they also ran into a booster avionics issue on top of the minor comms networking issue that they had very early on in prop load operations. But both issues were resolved, I don't want to say quickly, but they were resolved in a timely enough fashion to where when all was said and done with their objectives being met with both runs through terminal count and their planned hold points, they still had over an hour left in their launch window, or at least a good chunk of time left in their launch window, which was incredibly impressive, especially compared to not just wet dress rehearsal 1, but the entire Artemis 1 campaign that we have all become kind of traumatized by now at this point. But mind you, also during that first run through terminal count, SpaceX launched a Starlink mission from a neighboring pad, Slick 40, about 5 miles away, right when they were getting to about the T-minus 90 second hold point. So everything happening at once last night here on the Space Coast of Florida, where all the fun happens. But these are the kind of things that we wanted to see. These are the kinds of things and the reality that we wanted to see and live through and document. So could not have been a more exciting day considering all the factors at play here. But teams are preparing for a no earlier than or net March 6th launch attempt for Artemis 2, now confirmed by NASA personnel during the post-wet dress rehearsal press conference this morning. So March is on the table, folks, for a launch attempt for Artemis 2, considering how well the wet dress rehearsal went yesterday. So exciting times ahead. And with that being said as well, I should also mention that with that successful wet dress rehearsal, the Artemis 2 crew has entered quarantine as of this afternoon in Houston, Texas, in preparation to travel to Florida. So, yeah, a lot. I know that was kind of a lot to explain there, considering everything that was happening, but it was worth it. I think it was worth it to break it all down and put some context on what we were working with and just how much better this went compared to wet dress 1. But I want to open the conversation back up to both EJ and Sawyer on a couple of points. Do we expect do you guys predict any sort of issues to crop back up during the prop load procedures during the launch count? And like just in general, kind of subjectively, is this too good to be true? Like to have SLS ready to launch this soon compared to when it rolled out? Like, is this too good to be true?
I don't. Sawyer, you want to do it? Go ahead.
I mean, this might be one that we argue on, but I think something's going to pop up during the countdown.
Really?
Yeah. Huh. It's the nature of SLS. It's the nature of a vehicle. You talk about it yourself. If you don't fly it, you don't test it often, you're going to find things that pop up. I mean, they lost communications within their launch control center at one point, and they had to slow the fuel load. And Charlie Brockwell-Thompson talking about it today, that they literally have radios in case this happens so that they can distribute which channel will be on and everything so they can still talk to each other. I don't think it's going to be a big thing, but this rocket is so not often tested and not often flown that I feel like something is going to have to pop up. It's something I think they'll hopefully be able to fix. And I know you're going to say, oh, now you're bringing the bad juju into it. Oh, because I know you, EJ. I know you way too well. We've known each other for 11 years. But I don't know. I almost think it is too good to be true. I don't know if it will be the hydrogen leak, though. The fact that they were able to somehow, from wet dress rehearsal 1 of leakage of over 16% to seeing no more than what was it, 1.6% at its highest.
Yeah.
I just first off, that's absolutely stunning. But I feel like something's gonna have to be there. Yes, call me the Ryan Weber. I see a chat.
EJ, what about you?
Sorry, I wasn't expecting that. I actually was gonna say, you know, Sawyer, I would have agreed with you before this wet dress rehearsal. I'll be honest, guys, I was hating a little bit. I said
Nancy over here.
You know, I thought that if they're going and sitting there and messing around with the fuel filter on your fuel line, you know, they said ice clogged up the fuel filter. How can ice clog up the fuel filter? Right? It's liquid hydrogen. Liquid hydrogen does not solidify in very, 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 very specific conditions. It solidifies. But they were having ice in the filter. So that means there was moisture getting in there. That means there was leaks getting in there. And that's what Charlie Blackwell-Thompson said this morning in the press conference. And I was like, I have no confidence that they're going to get any of this right. There's nothing to say that those seals are going to work again, or work fine. And you know what? I'll say it right here in front of everybody. I have no problem being wrong about this. I am eating humble pie, and I'm happy to do it. They nailed it. They nailed it. The leak rates were perfect. Everything was perfect. That shows me that NASA understands what's going on. So if they had another problem, right, like, you know, the seals didn't go again, that's when I'd kind of be like, yeah, it's going to have another problem. But the fact that they went from getting like 60% of the way through their wet dress campaign and then, you know, deciding they're going to do a half of a fuel test and then be like, no, never mind. Let's do the whole wet dress rehearsal again. And then they did the wet dress rehearsal again. And instead of 60% of the way through, they got 99% of the way through. Like, dude, it was basically perfect. It was basically a perfect wet dress rehearsal. That tells me that the vehicle's happy. You know, I said it a little bit earlier when we were talking about Starliner, right? Like John Honeycutt, who's the SLS program manager, says, look, the vehicle's talking to you and it's going to tell you something. And it tell them, you know, replace the seals. And they did. And, you know, they did. Hey, it needs what it needs. Okay. I work on a lot of crappy old cars. It needs what it needs. All right. It's going to tell you what it needs. Okay. I know a rocket is different than my, steaming pile of Dodge that I have sitting in my garage. I get it, right? But also at the same time, that's it, man. Hey, they listen. The vehicle's going to tell you what it wants. It's going to tell you what it needs to do it right. And they listened and they nailed it. And I am so dang proud of NASA that they did it and they got it done. I think the vehicle's in a great configuration. And I think when they go to launch this thing, she's going to go. I'd say only weather will stop March 6th from happening. I'm not saying the S word.
Yeah,
Anyway.
no, that's fair. I get what you're saying, but this rocket is so unpredictable with little things that can happen. Do I think that means that they won't launch on the 6th? No. But do I think it's going to be a clean count? No. I'll say that. They have a 2-hour window.
I'm somewhere in the middle of the two of you, but leaning more on the optimistic side. So the biggest concern that I'm sure I'm not alone in this was the LH2 leak concentration around the tail service mast umbilical. I think that was going to be among the biggest, if not the biggest, bottleneck in the countdown in fueling operations and whether or not they will proceed with operations on time. But considering the fact of how well the SEALs held with how little leak concentration they saw and how confident they were, in keeping them as they were, I can't really those two issues that they had pop up, both the comms issue and the booster avionics issue, were both pretty minor in comparison to a lot of things. There might be some other minor issues that crop up, but I don't think they're going to run into much issue there. The countdown was very quiet, as Charlie said. And we do actually have a couple of clips here from Charlie and also, I can't remember her name. I'm so sorry. Someone else who was there at the press conference today, elaborating on the results of the wet dress and some of the hardware that they observed and leak rates that they observed during the countdown. So I think we should play those, Kevin.
Weeks ago, there's been a lot of work out at the pad. So since WDR1, as you know, we had some leaks in our ground-to-flight interface there, and we went in and we changed both the 8-inch and the 4-inch seal in that plate cavity. I'm happy to report that yesterday, both of those interfaces were rock solid. We saw maybe 1% or less in that 8-inch line in that interface, which is really solid. And then, and actually it was a little less than that, and then about 1.5% in the 4-inch. So really no leakage to speak of.
I do want to say here today is that following that successful wet dress yesterday, we're now targeting March 6th as our earliest launch attempt. I am going to caveat that. I want to be open, transparent with all of you that there is still pending work. There's work, a lot of forward work that remains, including the post-wet dress analyses, of course. We do have some significant work to be completed out at the pad. Charlie will talk to that in more detail. And we also have a multi-day flight readiness review that will come up later next week.
There is a small leak, a small hatch that's kind of open a little bit, then it's not a problem. Space, you don't have that. So that's why it's super important. And it looks like now
there we go.
They are getting ready to close the hatch atop the launch abort system shroud, the ogive there. And this is a major milestone. So
it's good stuff. Those two commentators are doing a good job.
Yeah,
right.
Whoever it was, I don't know who that was.
And by the way, that was Dr. Lori Glaze after launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson there in the press conference. But y'all, we are one step closer to the moon, and we are almost 2 weeks away from this becoming a potential reality. I don't normally feel this optimistic when it comes to Big Orange. I don't. I'll be the first to admit that. But
she's going, baby.
Considering how well the wet dress went, it's game on now, dude. Like it really is. And the crew going into quarantine is making it feel all the more real. And here we can see a couple of updates from NASA's official blog last night. First going, oh, never mind.
It's just a replay
Kevin took him away.
of parts
Oh,
of the
no.
wet dress. That's all this is.
Oh,
But,
I see. I got it.
But what's amazing was, again, I saw people asking, do I still have a voice after last night's insanity? I was probably like cross-eyed looking at the two different monitors at the two different launches. Got to talk about that. That was absolutely nuts. To be in the heart of the wet dress rehearsal, to have it launching while just before or just after you hit that 90-second hold that they were expecting to hold for 3 minutes, and then the rocket's launching, and I don't have the Artemis timeline memorized like I do for the SpaceX timeline, so I'm trying to read through, making sure I'm hitting all the milestones on that, while also watching Falcon, while also seeing it launch, while also tracking its milestones, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, the clock keeps counting again past the 90 seconds while it's going through max Q with Falcon 9. It was just, that was one of the nuttiest things I've ever did. And hey, did I mention I used to work in TV? So, I mean, that was wild.
Guys,
No,
if
so
you
never
haven't
mentioned it once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. If you guys haven't seen Sawyer's commentary for that, watch it. He was going a mile a minute, commentated two things. I kind of just was like, dude, he's on a roll, man. He's on a roll. I'm just gonna sit here. I'm just gonna let him do his thing. I was just like, every once in a while, I'm like, yep, they're doing that. Yep, you're right. He's just like, and there was going, and there was this happened, ah! I'm like, whoa. Go watch it. The whole like terminal count through it and the Starlink launch at the same time. It's wild stuff. It was pretty good, man. It's pretty good commentary.
I wonder, not to backseat produce, but Kevin, can we play that back if possible?
Dude, it's absolutely nuts.
Is it possible to play that back?
I used to work in TV, apparently, as you can see on the bottom.
Yeah, so in case nobody knew.
Wait, you used to work in TV?
No, I don't think I've ever mentioned that before, you know?
Oh, wow. All right.
Yeah.
I need a couple minutes to download that.
Copy. Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, that was... But we did... You know what was crazy? Somebody asked us a question. Have there ever been two fully fueled rockets out on the pad at the same time at anywhere in Cape Canaveral in history? And we could only... Like, we went down the rabbit hole for a second. We were thinking, like, all right, what... There's only been like 4 or 5 times maybe throughout the Cape's entire launch history where you've had two rockets fully fueled right next to each other. Gemini 6 and 6A is what comes to mind. And then there's been a couple of other times where Atlas and Falcon were fueled. Like, that is a very rare occurrence that you have two fully fueled rockets and one of them actually goes at the same time. Like, that's bananas, dude. That's a great question.
It really was. And I think we were able to count then on one hand at least
the
number of times in the history of human spaceflight out of Florida that has ever happened. So that is mind-boggling.
It was utter insanity. And on top of Sawyer's commentary, just being on the ground there, so I had to grab all my cameras, run out of the hut down to the lawn, right, like almost next to the countdown clock, have a camera on SLS, snap a couple of photos, and next thing I know, it's like 5 seconds till lift off of Falcon 9. Point the camera back this way. Snap, 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 snap. Oh my God, the countdown's still going for SLS. Oh my God, the clock's running. Okay, Falcon 9's lifting off. It was literally again like, look here, look here, look here, look here, look here. But like, it was one of the most insane nights I've ever had, and that was just involving a wet dress and just a Falcon 9 launch, you know. But that's just the current state of play with Space Coast operations here in Florida at the world's premier spaceport here. We used to hope for times like these, and you know, and now
just do the meme. We used to dream of times. I used to pray for times like this, man.
Is there a meme there? I've never seen a meme.
Oh, yeah. All right, never mind.
I've never
I'm
seen
the weird one now. It's fine.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe your age is just showing.
He's never played Kerbal, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, he's the odd one, not us, or something.
Yep.
I mean, I'm used to that at that point. At this point, so it's whatever.
No, it's fine. But yeah, that was what. And you were off to run to get all the photos and videos while this was happening too. So you know, I was doing the commentary with EJ, Max, and Jerry were out there working on tracking and taking the photos, and you had basically 2 clocks, one from the stream and then the one of the outdoor countdown clock. So
I had Sawyer in my ear. We had SLS on pad B at the countdown clock, and then Falcon kind of off to my right. It was literally like here, there now.
And, oh yeah, the rumble of a launch too.
Yeah, right.
Which it was funny. The NASA camera. It turns out, watching it back their feed, the NASA camera was shaking at launch.
Was it?
Yes.
That's amazing.
It was so cool to see from like the top-down view. I think it was shaking. Let me thank some people here while Kevin works on grabbing that. SFS Inverted saying, "Hey NSF, I'm wondering what the plans are for Dragon and Starliner, assuming Boeing doesn't pull the plug after the ISS time comes to an end." We talked a little bit about that earlier, but I mean, it's going to be private stations, I think, is the main thing from what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, they Jared Isaacman in the Starliner press conference yesterday reiterated that NASA is not abandoning low Earth orbit after the ISS. He said, he basically, I'll say affirmed, but he was very, very deliberate about his words, saying that we're not abandoning low Earth orbit. We're not having a stopgap in space flight. We're not doing none of that. We're not doing none of that. This just speak like Sawyer. Anyway. You want my chopped liver? I'm sorry. No, he basically committed to commercial low Earth orbit destinations, which, guys, we didn't really talk about it when we're going through the Starliner stuff, because the Starliner stuff kind of overshadowed it, because it is a big problem. But I think that, dude, we could have a whole segment on, how Jared Isaacman, his commitment to a commercial low Earth orbit economy is a huge deal. That's unprecedented. I mean, like the commercial low Earth orbit destinations program for NASA has been floundering for years. His commitment to that and his reaffirmation that that's what we're going to do and that's what we're going to get done, that's a big deal in itself. That's actually huge. That's, I didn't even think about this. That's really good. So I think Dragon and Starliner are going to have a big future post ISS. And I think more commercial human-rated spacecraft in the future will have a future there. Hopefully, if that market grows, if it does what he wants it to do, that would be fantastic. I mean, Sawyer, you did your microgravity or your parabolic flight, and that was sweet. How about, you just do one of these flame trenches from up on the space station, dude?
Yes, please. Cool? Yes.
Yeah. I'd have to go with you to, to help or something. I don't know.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
+1, Sawyer, maybe? You got room for a +1?
Yeah.
+2, yeah. Do the whole show
+2
there.
It's just floating around.
Except poor Kevin, who has to deal with Tidris and trying to figure out all of that to bring it into
a Quindar tone before every communication.
Yeah.
People in chat are saying talk is cheap, but dude, even you know what, Phil? People saying talk in chat is cheap, and you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. But hearing it, dude, the bar is set so low for NASA that even hearing talk is like, whoa, hey, all right, let's go, dude. That's like, I hate saying that, man, but it is. Like the bar is so low that NASA's been like, well, we're gonna do it, maybe. No, to hear somebody go up there and be like, no, we're doing this. This is what's gonna happen. This is what we're doing. That's all you need to kick the ball down the hill, kick the snowball down the hill. That's all you need. The Apollo program started with, we choose to go to the moon. It started with a declaration like that. That's fine. I'm cool with it. Let's go. Let's do it.
And they weren't any. His statements weren't exactly passive either. They were taking full ownership of their goal and their mission of space exploration, not just in low Earth orbit, but going back to the moon and beyond. And that's something that NASA leadership has been sorely lacking for a long time, is like actually owning what you're saying with intent. There's real intent here. On top of actually owning their own mistakes with the whole Starliner crew flight test debacle. So it was a breath of fresh air, to say the least. But yeah, definitely Starliner and Dragon do have a commercial future ahead of them. But that being said, Dragon is eventually going to be phased out by Starship. Whether that's 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, remains to be seen. But Falcon 9, at least, is not going anywhere for at least 10 to 15 years, probably.
I think that's a safe bet as well.
Yeah.
Someone saying it would be great to see.
Purging out some of the
Here we go.
lines. We have now officially passed the point during the last wet dress rehearsal when the clock stopped. So we have made it further so far already than the first wet dress rehearsal.
So that means we're at good pressurization on the core stage, which is a big milestone. The core stage is pressing for flight. We're obviously not going to fly today, but that's a good sign.
Yep. So again, there you can see 4.5 minutes to go, coming up on those topping off and replenishment of the liquid oxygen on both the core stage and the upper stage, the ICPS, and of course the auxiliary power unit also should be starting up in about 10 seconds from now.
Yep, we're gonna get CAPU start. Those are H2 actuated power auxiliary power units in the core stage. There's 4 redundant ones for each engine.
And a reminder, that T-minus clock there on your screen is expected to hold at T-minus 90 seconds. So that's 1 minute and 30 seconds. That is a planned point where they will hold there for 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Falcon 9 up in the top left is just about fully fueled for flight as well. So right as Artemis hits that hold point is when Falcon 9 should launch. Goodness gracious.
What a night. What a night this is turning into.
So next is the go for purge sequence 4. Alex in the back channel saying that that is when they switch purging from nitrogen to helium.
Yep, and they're going to utilize helium because of the lower mass properties. It's better for flight.
And then at T-minus 2 minutes, that is when the upper stage and the booster both switch to internal battery power, no longer reliant on the ground power provided from all of the lines going up that launch tower that you see there. Meanwhile, under 2 minutes to go for Falcon 9, should be coming up on the gas closeout purge momentarily on that side. And then that will pressurize its tanks to flight level at the T-minus 1 minute mark, and then onboard computers will take over that count at go for at startup. So far, exciting here. Again, keeping in mind that after we have the booster and upper stage switch to internal battery power, the core stage will switch to internal battery power at 90 seconds, and that is when the Artemis countdown clock will enter a planned hold. So now,
how did I do this?
Keeping an eye on both sides of the screen here. 1 minute to go for Falcon 9
This
launch.
gets crazy.
That is when they will, again, pressurize the tanks flight level and hopefully start the onboard computers of Falcon 9 taking control of the count.
Falcon 9 has entered startup. There was the call, Sawyer.
Yep. The countdown still continuing right now for Artemis, coming up close to that 90-second point where they will hold for 3 minutes in their flight configuration. And that was a go for launch over on the left side of your screen for Falcon 9. Goodness gracious, I don't know how we're going to do this with the audio and the video. We'll figure this out as we go.
T-minus 30
And we should be coming up now. 30, there we go. T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds, and holding as planned. At this point now, Artemis will hold in this configuration with all the onboard batteries controlling everything. It will hold there for 3 minutes before resetting to T-minus 10. In the meantime, right now, we should be seeing
10,
engine ignition
9,
here on
8,
Falcon 9.
7,
we have
6,
ignition.
5, 4, 3,
and liftoff of Starlink 10-36 set for the second ever booster landing in the Bahamas. Holy smokes.
Had a good liftoff and pitch over from Falcon 9 there.
And we should be able to hopefully hear some of that. We'll have to see if we end up picking up the sound. There it is. Let's listen to it.
Yeah, I think Carson didn't mute the other SpaceX stream, so you heard them kind of the countdown with the delay. So blame Carson.
Hashtag blame Carson.
Not that I'm calling out any producers, but
you threw him into the flame trench, dude. Jeez.
Hey, we're in the flame trench, okay?
Oh yeah, that's right. He's not stuck in here. We're not stuck in with him. He's stuck in here with us.
Yeah, exactly. And then, yeah, at this point, again, so you got both holding. I'm trying to shut up so that you can hear the launch audio on launch day. Obviously, I'm talking over it now, but at that point, I shut up so you can hear launch sound. Usually till max Q is about when it starts to quiet down.
go. Just letting everyone listening to that sound as Falcon 9 passes through max Q, maximum aerodynamic forces against
echo in
the
here?
rocket.
Is there an echo in here?
And in the meantime, they're still
there
in
an
that
echo in here?
planned hold at the 90-second mark for Artemis in its near-flight configuration. At this point, 90 seconds into flight for Falcon 9. It's got about a minute left until we have 3 events in rapid succession, starting with MECO, which will be main engine cutoff. Then that will be followed by first and second stage separation, followed shortly after that by SES-1, second engine start 1, which is when the onboard Merlin vacuum engine on stage 2 will ignite and begin propelling those satellites all the way over towards their planned orbit.
What a special night this was.
And a reminder
It's good stuff.
that this booster, as I was alluding to, will be the...
Where's Artemis? Where's SLS?
There it is.
Where's the countdown?
There it is.
Wait for it. I was trying to time it. Where's the countdown?
Okay, so we're up about 2 minutes, 30 seconds. We should have main engine cut off, as you said, Sawyer. There it is.
There's MECO. So next up will be first and second stage separation.
Stage separation confirmed.
There we
There's the
go.
call. Yeah. Beautiful
And-
shot of the Floridian Peninsula there.
The
There we
Floridian
go. That's
Peninsula.
startup of the Merlin
I like that.
vacuum
Floridian
engine
Peninsula.
on stage 2. Everything
I
looking
hate
beautiful. Now
my
the grid
voice.
fins coming out, looking to glow
So
on them
cringe.
tonight. Oh, my goodness,
Oh my
that's
god,
gorgeous.
dude.
It's the all Central
And the
Florida in the
countdown.
background there. That's pretty crazy.
Yes. And again, this one is not landing back on land.
Why didn't we notice the clock
it's not
yet?
getting the boost back burn like we saw with the last crew mission. This one is
Wake
notice
up,
the clock
Sawyer.
is downrange. And there is
We
the
notice
clock
now.
continuing, by the way, now for Artemis as they get ready to separate the payload fairing halves on
Hey,
Falcon
we're only
9.
15 seconds
They
back,
are
man. There's a lot going on.
resuming that
Okay.
count now, and
Oh, I
that
know.
will stop at the T.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Second mark.
So right now the core stage is switched back over to full internal power as they resume the count. LH2 replenish should be happening right around now.
Yep. And now, at that point, the last thing would be the go from the automated launch sequencer at T-minus 33 seconds, at which point it should automatically trigger an abort, realizing that the rocket is not in its full launch configuration. So there we go. T-minus 33 seconds and holding exactly as planned.
So good.
Great.
So far, that looks like a perfect first rundown of this wet dress rehearsal.
What a turnaround. I'm proud of NASA, Sawyer. I really am. That's fantastic. Great.
I think EJ was proud of NASA.
And again, at this point, the plan is that
still am,
ultimately
man.
They will be able
I
to
still
resume
am.
the count to T-minus 10 minutes and do it all again.
Yep. Meanwhile, Falcon 9 still doing its ascent thing. We're T plus 4 minutes and 25 seconds into the mission. Should be coming up here on an entry burn in another couple of minutes as the second stage ascends up into space.
Yep, those fairing halves, by the way, separating away in terms of recovering those. We have the fairing recovery ship Bob located downrange, set to recover them. Meanwhile,
The same
goal
Bob
is
fired from
for this
Starliner
booster again
and
to land
Northrop
on the
Grumman?
drone
Oh
ship
my
with
It's okay.
Bob.
They hired
The
another Bob.
instructions
It's all right.
located within
Hi, Bob.
the islands of
It's
the
like, yeah, my
Bahamas,
name's
which
Bob.
was
Yeah, what's
a,
your call sign?
agreement that
Bob.
SpaceX reached with the
Bob.
Bahamian government.
Oh, I've been here the whole time.
Yep.
Yeah, so that
This
was...
is- Sorry, I'm trying to catch my breath through all of this here, too.
Yeah. That was
So
a
like
lot.
yeah, guys, like I know it does. It's like, okay, that just sounds like you were talking about what's going on. You got to remember, like we're watching SLS, we're going back and forth, we're watching the back channel, watching chat, you're watching SLS, you're watching Falcon 9. You're like you're moving around, you're watching the numbers. There's a lot happening. It's very much sensory overload on the commentary side of things. And like I'm not saying like we ain't complaining by any means. If anything, I want more. Like,
Yes.
can we have more of this? I was craving that. I want more.
Yeah.
I want more.
I know. it was-
Overload my senses with rockets, please.
Yes. I mean, there's so much in the back channel as well happening. And again, like I was saying, I'm trying to read through the timeline of events for Artemis because it doesn't fly as often as Falcon, so I don't have that memorized like I do Falcon. So I'm trying to read through all of it on this screen, watch the launch on this screen, and then, yeah, still talk about it. And also, I'm so used to doing the late night Starlinks where it's usually just me and the field team. And the field team is obviously busy in the field during the launch, so I'm used to kind of just running through the commentary. It was nice to have, oh yeah, there's someone that can talk about this stuff so I can breathe.
I mean, we're just gonna have to do it more.
Hey, I'd love to have you join me for more of these.
Just gonna have to do it more, I guess. I mean, chat.
You son of a gun, I'm in.
You son of a gun, I'm in.
Yeah. Which, along those lines, we got a couple super chats. One from Shazbird saying, Sawyer was all, I'm calling both streams. Yeah. And then Ort Cloud, NASA and SpaceX teamed up to destroy Sawyer's brain. It worked.
That's how you melt someone's brain. Yeah.
If I didn't have my actual headset on with the protective ear covers and everything, my brain would have been falling out of my ears. So, yeah, that was.
You see, my smoke comes out when I try to think too hard. That's why I have the headphones on.
I think you're just grinding too many gears, EJ.
You know what really grinds my gears?
You're grinding too many gears.
Shit.
And with all your rusty cars, yeah, but.
Hey, the transmissions are fine.
The clutches, on the other hand, not so much.
Yeah. Hey, my vehicles with manual transmissions all work perfectly. Just because the synchro in third on my truck is going, that's not the clutch, okay? The clutch is fine.
He says, famous last words.
It's
clutch
fine.
Is fine.
It's fine. Hey, they launched Starliner 1. They said it was going to be fine. There you go.
It's CFT, by the way. Starliner 1 is still set to come.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, CFT. That's right.
You mean OFT3, actually.
You got to put on your glasses if you're going to do that. You got to put on your Alex glasses,
Actually?
Where are they on my desk?
Well, actually.
Actually.
Oh, God, he has glasses.
Oh, God, you actually have them.
They're blue.
Oh, hey, it's Alex. Oh, my God, Alex is here. Look at this. Alex,
hey, Alex.
How nice of you to join us.
Buenos dias. ¿Dónde están mis zapatos?
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
No, zapatos. Okay.
The whatos? Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing here, but I'm going to keep talking in a very long answer, and this is a terrible Alex accent, and I know I'm going to get a message from him that I'm in trouble for doing it like this, but... I don't know. Fine. What am I, chopped liver? There you go.
Hey, what am I, chopped liver?
Hey, Sawyer. How you doing, Sawyer? Pleasure good to see you.
Whoa, hey, Alex, why don't you go to the back of the line in the flame trench and stand there with your hair?
Wait your turn.
Wait, was Alex just here?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you just missed him.
Oh, darn. Man, I haven't had him on the flame trench in a bit.
He was doing really good, and then, he had to go
somewhere.
Alex is just sitting there watching this flame trench going, what the
This is the, English, please. Sorry, NASA spaceflight official, which, by the way...
Lo siento, amigo.
Which, while we're talking about that, of the craziness of doing the broadcasting, so the team that was switching between all the views, the people that were running around in the field with the cameras, and us trying to do two commentaries at once, the real MVP is Chris Bergen, who had to Bandicam and tweet at the same time.
Oh my God, that's true. Yeah,
Chris, we bow down to you.
Yes. We are not worthy.
I say nay.
Don't say that. He'll come right back out.
You would say nay.
Wait, what?
Oh, man.
What, Leeds is a good football team or something? Is that what I heard?
You mean soccer, right? Soccer?
Soccer, yes.
Yeah, well, you got to speak in language that they understand,
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
No, ICPS.
Yeah.
That's on that.
I see the closeout crew.
Which
right
we didn't get to see that on the first wet dress. I do want to give a shout out, as much as I'm probably banned now for all of my comments about PAO earlier. I do want to give a shout out to them for upping their game on this. Providing more views were spectacular. To see inside the closeout room, to see the engineering cameras switch between them was amazing. To watch the hatch closure, to see them all harnessed in, looking over the edge, checking everything.
Yeah.
We got so much more insight into the actual process watching this, as opposed to the last one where we waited for a brand new blog post to pop up and go, yep, they finished. So I need to give credit where credit is due for the views this time.
Yeah, we got a lot more views, or a lot more camera views from NASA last night, which was a pleasant surprise to see. We got an email before the wet dress that actually gave us a list of feeds to use for the wet dress from NASA, and it was like, oh my gosh, we have feeds to use. Oh my gosh, the actual camera angles, and on top of their broadcast as well, they had more angles that weren't previously available during the first wet dress. And of course, you heard us like oogling and just gagaing over some of the engineering cameras down looking at the RS-25s, which is like among the best views you could possibly have. But yeah, very thankful for those who had a hand in that. That made a big difference, not just for us, but for everyone else who's watching the story. So hopefully more to come, and hopefully the views for launch will be even better.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. And again, we'll see. Hopefully we actually get crew launching on March 6th, which someone was asking, would they be able to launch Falcon 9 if a crew was on this actual rocket? No, because that would have been a launch. This was just, they weren't planning to leave the ground so they could get away with it. If they were planning to leave the ground, you wouldn't have two of them going simultaneously like that yet.
SLS would have clear range or priority on the range, like for sure. It wouldn't even be a question.
Yeah, they have set dates that they have to hit because of lunar locations, because of sunlight, because of thermal conditioning, because of power needed for the solar panels, heating for the heat shield tile exposure. All of that stuff is, calculated into that.
And just as a reminder, the launch window for March runs from the 6th through to the 9th, and then also the 11th as well. The windows, I believe, are, oh goodness gracious, I want to say the window opening on the 6th is around 8:30, and then from that point it gets a bit later in the night. I think on the 11th. Here we go. Perfect graphic. Hey, speaking of graphics, hey, so the window.
First two, also of note, the first two dates, I won't say which ones, are in Eastern Standard Time, whereas the beyond that, the 8th, 9th, and 11th are all in Eastern Daylight Saving Time.
Yeah.
So worth noting, if you use EDT or any time zone in the U.S. versus UTC, just keep that in mind why the times look weird all of a sudden from the 7th to the 8th.
Although, like, I know we were just hyping up a March launch window, and I don't want to put any bad juju out there, but I'm still selfishly hoping for an April launch, specifically an April 1st or an April 30th launch, because daylight.
Nah, I want the moon. I've decided.
Fair, like you can't argue against that, but it's completely I get it. It's selfish, 100%. I will own that, but alas, whatever happens. Either it'll launch or it won't.
Alas, poor Yorick. Yes, but yeah. So those are the dates and times, and again, no earlier than the 6th is the current plan.
Yeah.
Speaking of rockets that are going to that have taken a long time to actually launch again, Starship. Let's head over to our Starship section, and we had two amazing events happen. I guess based on what's on the graphic below me, we can start with the Deluge system over at Pad B at Starbase. This is spectacular. We saw a full test of the Deluge system over at Pad B. Listen to that.
That top deck is absurd.
I still
like
my favorite.
Way more than I ever thought was going to be possible coming out of that top.
My favorite now,
like that is
in this, by the way, the compactor sees all this and goes,
nope.
He's like, put it in reverse, Terry.
Maybe I shouldn't be here. And then he starts backing up.
So forget this. I'm out of here.
He's like, yeah, okay, all right, yeah, we should back up. There's a tidal wave coming at me. We should leave.
See look at the wave.
Dude, there's a straight up wave coming at him.
Over the wall, over the retention wall, there's like it looks like a wave. Oh my gosh.
That's absolutely insane. Insane.
Which it's cool to finally see it, which means we're that much closer to launches from this pad, but I gotta ask, is this overkill?
No. Have you seen the amount of thrust and steam that comes out of the bottom of a super heavy booster?
Yeah.
Like that's not overkill. Like that's as much as they need, if not like just maybe a smidge more. And also, mind you, the exhaust on this newer flame trench design is not going to be dispersed in all directions like it was for the old style launch mount over at Pad 1. The exhaust from all 33 Raptor 3 engines is now going to be funneled and channeled into a bidirectional flame diverter. So that's a lot tighter of an area for that much power to be forced into and then diverted outwards. So you need a very, very high flow rate and high volume of water flowing through to combat the heat and abrasion and sound created from all the engines to make sure that the actual launch mount and the rest of the pad and the vehicle itself survives. So no, not overkill, though a bit worrying now considering some of the images I had in my head for launch and how this is going to affect how I frame some stuff. This is kind of worrying. I'm not going to lie, but it also is. It's epic. It's very epic. A bit lost for words because I saw this happen and I was like, "There's no way that's real." Like it was almost like a 2-stage reaction. So you had the deluge coming out from the flame diverter. Like oh yeah, that's a lot of water. Yeah, that's cool. And then the top deck just erupted and it was just like yeah, it was. I know I sound like.
I don't know if we have a different view where you can kind of see how high that plume goes. It's unbelievably tall. And my concern, I don't know if anyone else is thinking this. I mean, yeah, there's some in that folder that I linked, Kevin. I think Dune 2 has a higher view of it. Dune 1 or Dune 2, whichever the opposite of this one is. The thing goes so high. Is that not going to go up into the bay where the Raptor V3s are and potentially cause issues with waterlogging them?
You think a little water is going to get in the way of a Raptor 3?
I gotta ask.
I don't think this water is being shot at the Raptors, at least initially.
No,
fellas. I think the bottom part of that thing, like if we can go through that footage again, you notice that the underside pad system, so the pad deluge goes on first, and then 33 past the hour on, at least it was on Starbase Live, that the top deck, the sound suppressor turns on. Yeah. If I'm understanding this right, when the top water geysers turn on, that's separation. So right before those turn on, that's when it would be going. That, and they're never spraying. You never spray the water directly at it. You just you spray at it like after. That's what that's the sound. Yeah. That's what the sound suppressor does. I mean, the other thing, like, sorry, I don't know if you noticed, like they're spraying a lot of water at the tower.
Here we go. This is thank you, Kevin. Sorry about that. But yeah, this is what I was talking about with the view from a wider shot where you see how high the plume goes.
Yeah, watch. So there's the nitrogen purge system. So, okay, engine ignition right there, 33 engines start, and separation right there.
You know, that's
what,
when
it would
EJ?
Be leaving the pad.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the water's
right.
The water's shooting. They're shooting it over the deck, but they're also shooting a lot of it out. But they're shooting a lot at the tower for the pad avoidance maneuver. I don't know if you guys remember the shots that we got of a flyover after Flight 11 that showed the top of the OLM, and it was completely ablated away from that pad avoidance maneuver when Starship tilted off the pad.
Yep.
So I think it's kind of a little bit of an optical illusion here. That I don't think I would never spray water directly at a rocket engine. I mean, right. That would be bad. I think they're shooting away, and then it shoots where the rocket was after liftoff. I think.
So more like a clearing the pad afterwards than.
Yeah. Think the Rainbirds on the shuttle. The Rainbirds weren't on when the shuttle was still on the pad. It left, and then the Rainbirds turn on. Same idea here.
Okay. It's just weird because obviously, it's still, rather than the igniter system, I guess in this case, it's kind of that, the sort of initial, I guess, is that the nitrogen purge or the Fire X kind of deal, or is that just the full-on start of it and then the big plume?
Look, okay, I don't mean to be the book. I'm gonna actually right now. So like in rocket propulsive elements, they talk about sound suppression systems, right? I have the 8th edition. I know it's out of date at this point. Anything that's like below the pad deck, they usually call that the deluge system, and anything above the pad deck is a sound suppressor. But that doesn't mean that you can't have sound suppressors at the exit of a flame duct, like what you see at pad 40 and pad 41 at the Cape. But so if we're using that nomenclature, the deluge system turns on, right, a couple seconds before ignition. You get 33 Raptor sequence ignition, right? And then when it builds up enough thrust to go above 1.0 thrust to weight, it takes off, and that's when the above pad sound suppressor turns on.
That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Like,
and if anything, EJ, that brings up an interesting point and potential like window into how the liftoff sequencing will take place, because obviously, remember, like you were describing at pad 1, we had the first ignition at idle thrust, and then the sudden increase in thrust to about 90%, I think, power on the Raptors, and then of course once the thrust rate got high enough, then we got first motion. So I think analyzing the sequence of events here from the bottom of diverter deluge and then the top deck I think gives a solid indication as to when we might see engine ignition and to when we might see first motion. Mm-hmm. I was wondering about that, actually.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point. By the way, people are asking, do we know how much water that was?
A lot. Yes. Yes.
A lot. Yes.
So no, we don't. But that was that. I mean, guys, so if you're looking at the footage, there's like a smokestack over on the right side before the sound suppressor turns on. So this is a gas actuated sound suppressor and pad deluge system, meaning they're pressurizing the water tanks with nitrogen to force the water through at high pressure. You're not going to get full quantity of water by looking at how much that nitrogen stack, goes, but that smokestack, that the plume coming out of the smokestack, got to be like 4 or 5 stories tall. It is an incomprehensible amount of water. If I had to put a number on it, I'd say like 5 to 10 Olympic swimming pools in like 30 seconds, which is, like I said, you're not going to get a pump unless it's like a turbo pump or something that's going to turn that fast. That's why they're pneumatically actuating the water, which is, that's the only way to move that amount of water that quickly, unless it was gravity, right? Like, water that's being drained from a dam or something. That is an insane amount of water. Like I said, if math off the top of my head, 5 to 10 Olympic swimming pools, easily, easily 5.
And to put that into further comparison and context, that's up there with actually some maybe somewhere of a propellant flow rate for an engine or a series of rocket engines in general. That's how much propellant and fuel you have to move to create the thrust that you want to. Yeah,
man. The nitrogen system's working overtime there, man.
Yeah. If I remember rightly, for reference, the largest water tank that's used for this type of suppression and dampening is the one over at 36, which is New Glen's pad, which I believe is half a million gallons in that tank.
I'd have to look it up, but that sounds about right either way. But yeah, it's currently the largest water tower in the entirety of the Cape.
See, that one is gravity. That's a gravity actuated system.
Yeah.
So they have the water tower, they have all the water in there, and they just open a valve, and Archimedes' principle does its thing. That's a little different. This doesn't have a water tower. This is a pneumatically actuated system, which is that's nuts for that amount of water. Gravity is the easiest way to move that amount of water. That's what 39A and 39B have as well. So they're not as big as 36 is, but yeah, it's crazy. And the reason why Blue has so much is because they use their pad as a test stand too, to test the second stage.
Yep.
So they need constant water suppression, like what you see at Stennis or at McGregor.
And also for first stage booster static fires as well.
Yeah, baby. When's that
or hot
happening,
fires,
Blue?
as they put it. Yeah.
When's that happening, Blue? I need more Nuglins in my life, please.
I know, dude. We need more Nuglin.
By the way, the optimistic guess from Ryan Weber is about 300 to 400,000 gallons of what we just saw.
That's a lot.
That's insane. That's insane.
300 to 400,000 gallons. Yeah. All right. Let me see. I want to see how much his Olympic swimming pool has.
Oh God, EJ's doing
It's
research.
the Winter Olympics. They're all frozen right now. I got a laugh out of Max. That was genuine. Mark the date.
All right, you want to have another laugh?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't notice these kinds of things unless you're scrolling through a bunch of video. But so here's the start of the video, and I zoomed in a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm way off, by the way.
I'm gonna scroll, and you notice all the vehicles are getting the heck out of there, except that one. Everybody else heard the warning and got out of there.
Oh my gosh, that's a mass exodus.
Except one, and that's over like 3 minutes. So they probably got like the 10-minute warning that it was going to go off, and he probably was actually wearing his safety gear and had his earmuffs on or whatever, and he didn't hear it.
Hey, you know what?
There's another vehicle backing up there too, actually. So I think
there is a dump truck there too.
Yeah.
You know what? I've operated heavy equipment before. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like you don't get some kind of weird tunnel vision when you're operating heavy machinery. That's absolutely a thing. What I'm saying is that my guy's in the zone right there.
Yeah.
And you don't notice what's around. That's why like people wear high vis on the construction side, like high vis jackets. It's because of that. Like you won't know what's going on. Like I was operating an excavator once, and I threw a tread. It was a smaller excavator. I threw a track, and I didn't even notice until I tried to go forward, and the thing went to the left, and I'm like, wait,
oh,
what?
Jesus!
Oh no! Oh, I threw the track, dude. I had to retract the thing in the mud. That sucked.
Oh,
that was not fun, dude. It was cold and rainy and muddy.
Jeez. Well, it was probably a little muddy after that crazy deluge.
Yeah, I hope that thing didn't get stuck.
Yeah. Hopefully, though, that means
lock in, man.
Hopefully that means we get Flight 12 sooner than later now that we're seeing parts of the pad working. Of course, we still need to see the booster roll out with its engines. We need to see the ship get its engines and both of them do their static fire campaigns. So all of that's still to come.
I mean, ship actually still has to roll out and do its cryo. Oh, sorry, Kevin.
Yes, Kevin.
You go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like, ship still has to roll out to masses and do its cryo still. I know that because I've been talking about it on Starbase Update for how many couple of months now? Oh my God, Starship Update.
Do you even watch your own shows?
I hate the sound of my voice, so no, actually I don't. But I'm also the one in front of the camera talking to the camera, so that's embarrassing. Anyway, Kevin, you were about to say.
Oh, I was just going to ask Sawyer if he knew what 12 times 3 plus 1 is.
12
37.
times 3 plus 1 is 37.
Yeah.
Almost like the name of the launch pad over at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, which that one's 39B. But over at 37, we finally saw, wait for it, a tower piece roll by, which is, I mean, the tower's already stacked over at 39A. So where else could this section be? There it is. Whoever was tracking, there you go, to the right of the screen. We have what is very likely our first section for a Starship Tower over at 37. Oh man, that is so cool. I mean, this is progress. Max, you've been doing these flyovers for a while that we've been on, and we've been seeing these parts get built, and they've just been sitting there for the last couple months, and now they're rolling.
Yeah, hopefully we can get back to those sooner than later. Maybe we can talk about that more later. But yeah, these segments for Starship's next tower or towers have been constructed over at Hangar X for a while, and maybe we don't know what state 37 is in right now. Maybe they have a base ready to receive its first tower module, but also it's interesting because I think Alex and those who were following it a lot more closely than I was, because I think I was too tired and went home today. It's been a long week. I think this is module number. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I think this was module 6, which is obviously the 6th one to be stacked.
It is
so that would probably line up better with a theory that maybe they're just trying to make room over at Hangar X to build more. Because obviously they're going to have 4 towers in total at 37, as far as we are aware now, 2 launch and 2 catch. I know SpaceX wants to probably add more in the future, but for now, that's the current plan. But yeah, maybe they're just trying to make room over there to build more and just knock them out, like build them up and kick them out of the nest over at Hangar X and get on down the road. But this being module 6 was very interesting, and that's why they might not be ready to stack it yet. But maybe they're just making room for other stuff, because there is certainly a lot going on at Roberts Road right now. Gigabay is taking shape here, although we are still waiting on Star Factory construction and ground clearing to begin, which is what they need to actually build Super Heavy boosters and starships in Florida. But initially, those are going to be barged over from Starbase, for those who aren't familiar. But yeah, very interesting to see, and kind of puzzling at first with this being module 6.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe the base just isn't ready to support a full pad yet, but then even still, you would think they would move the base segment at least over there, so that as soon as it is ready, you would start with that.
I don't know.
It's very confusing. Unless, I'm trying to think where it was on the assembly portion of its location at Roberts Road. Maybe it was a specific space that they wanted cleared for that.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Could be.
EJ, you have any
I'm not
theories?
Sure. My guess is space for other tower segments, dude. Like, why else? Why would you move it? It makes no sense. Is the base of the, like, never mind having the base tower segment, is the concrete even poured over there? I don't think so.
I don't know.
It's got to be space. It's got to be Space Roberts, man. I mean, I don't know. We'll know in the next couple of days or the next week or so if we see them start to move more tower segments. That'll give us a hint.
Right.
But yeah, very strange.
What I will say
at the moment. At the moment, there isn't. Sorry, Sawyer. There isn't a ton of room at Roberts Road right now, despite how large the complex is, because there's already a ton of space being taken up. Because obviously, you have Hangar X, and all that entails with Falcon 9 first stage refurb, and also fairings as well. And then you have the whole area in between Hangar X and X2, which is where they actually built the brand new launch mount and ship quick disconnect arm for LC-39. And that is likely where they're going to build the first one for 37 as well. And then you have X2, which, as far as we are aware, that's where they process Starlink satellites and stack them and encapsulate them in Falcon 9 payload fairings. And then to the north of that is when you get into some of the more starship focused activity, i.e. Gigabay. That's where Gigabay is going up, just north of Hangar X. And then there is some land north of Hangar X2 that at some point is going to be cleared and prepared for construction of Star Factory 2.0, as we often call it, because it'll be about 1.5 times the size of that in Starbase. I think it'll be about 1.5 million square feet, which is remarkable. But they have not begun construction yet, and they're like full steam ahead on getting Gigabay vertical, which is very telling, or could be very telling for what SpaceX's initial plans are to use it for initial Florida Starship operations, because obviously they're going to use it eventually to start building and assembling Super Heavy boosters and ships alike, but they need Star Factory to do that. So we think our leading theory is that they're going to be sheltering or storing Super Heavy boosters and ships inside Gigabay in the meantime, while Star Factory is going to be built. But yeah, lots going on at Hangar X. They had to be English. They had to be making room for something. Bame's not having a strong. Been talking a long time. Yeah, they have to be making room for something. And leading guess would be more Starship Tower segments, but I guess we'll have to find out at some point in the future.
That is true. I mean, I was able to take a trip out to see the 3 rockets when they were out on the pad the other week. And as we were going by 37, the one thing that I noticed most about it was that it was so flat, which seems like, it seems kind of like a no duh, but look at this. This is the view of 37 from the water. And you'd expect to see like the launch mount and the big buildings and stuff that they had from ULA, from Delta program. And look at that. It is completely leveled. Like they are starting totally from scratch and they can build essentially what they want on it. It's amazing how quickly they were able to get it this flat.
Yeah, that pad is barren compared to what it used to be when it occupied Delta 4 family infrastructure. That's all gone now, minus the HIF, or the horizontal integration facility, which is still up there, but it's not that tall.
And that one dome. There's the one dome there.
And that one, correct. Yeah, that's it. Like everything else, the concrete ramp where Delta 4 used to be rolled up has been leveled. Obviously, we saw the demolition of the MST or the mobile service tower and the fixed service tower, which used to service Delta 4 rockets. Those all were demolished and flattened. And it is borderline, if not completely unrecognizable at this point.
Yeah. I'm wondering, the last time I saw a satellite picture from Harry Stranger, the Apollo era fixed service structure mounts were still there. I'm wondering if they're still there. Sorry, did you see any of the original Saturn 1B fixed service structure foundations?
I couldn't see them from the water, at least, so I don't know if they're still there just behind the shrubs or behind the embankment there, but from where I was, I couldn't see them.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Dude, it is wild how they wiped the slate clean on that pad.
Literally.
I went down a rabbit hole in my stream about solid rocket boosters. We were talking about sparks coming out of the back of solid rocket boosters, right? And I went back and started looking at Delta launches, and just through that perusing travel, the last Delta 4 Heavy that went out of Slick 37 came up, and I'm like, I looked at the date, I'm like, that wasn't very long ago. None of that is there. It's gone. Like the swing arms, the service structure, the mobile service tower, the flame trench for it, everything is gone. There's nothing there. It's just flat, which is, you're right. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah. This, I believe, was from the most recent flyover, going over the paperwork that they were adding out there for 37, which is, it's amazing what they've been able to do there. I love it. Let me thank some people here. Dennis Breckenridge saying, where is the root causeway report from NASA on the Artemis 2 issues faced in the wet dress rehearsal, as Jared was critical of Starliner of pushing forward without root? I get where they're coming from.
What do you mean, root cause? What are we talking about, root cause of?
All they did was swap out the seal. They didn't say what was the problem with the old seal.
Okay. That report isn't complete yet. John Honeycutt said his teams were working on it. He said his teams are working on it. He said he didn't want to get ahead of his teams. He said they'll let us know as soon as they know. They're still going through it. I mean, pure speculation on my part. This is 100% speculation. I don't know. It very much sounds like the rollout to the pad is what's getting the TSMU and the seals. It very much seems like that. John Honeycutt he hinted at it in the Wet Dress Rehearsal 1 press conference. If I had to put my money on something, I'm going to guess rollout. The vibrations from the crawler transporter are just hitting that stack in a way that's just making that seal unhappy. That's just a guess, though.
I mean, so Charlie actually was able to comment on the state of the seals that came out of it, and she said that they noticed a bit of moisture on the 8-inch seal and then also some light scratching on it as well, which you wouldn't think would be a big deal, but for a metallic based structural seal like that, you need, it basically needs to be completely free of any imperfections, especially when you're dealing with a fluid as cold as liquid hydrogen.
Yeah, you got really thin margins with
there's no tolerance
GH2
there at all.
Yeah, there's no tolerance. Yep.
Yeah,
exactly. And then Drunar saying extra exhausty blocko. I like that. Which so There is so much that happened this week. This is only just some of it. And of course, we didn't even get to go all the way into detail on all the 300-page reports and everything on Starliner. So if you want to get caught up on everything that happened this week in spaceflight, then you may want to go check out This Week in Spaceflight, coming up immediately following this flame trench. So just a few minutes from now, stick with us, transfer you over there, go check it out. It goes into a lot more detail than our loopy insanity. Alicia is the sane person of NSF here. But I have to thank the insanity that did join me today. EJ, thanks for joining.
Hey, thanks for having me, dude. I appreciate it. It's a privilege being on here, and I thank everybody for the time. It's fun. I love doing this. It's a good time. Thank you. I stream over on Twitch if you want to check me out there, Monday through Friday. I'm usually there. We're playing all kinds of games, talking about rockets, watching these press conferences. So, yeah, it's a good time. Anyway, yeah, sorry. Thanks for having me, dude.
EJ, it's so rude to be in the middle of talking about a conversation and then have to do a plug for something. You know, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It's horrible.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Max Evans, thank you for joining as well.
Pleasure as always, everyone, and thank you very much for coming to hang out with us. This was a fun one, and there was certainly a lot to break down, and the past 3 hours have really flown by. But time flies when you're having fun, and we have fun here all the time, especially with how much there is to cover. But thank you very much for coming to hang out with us tonight, and we will be seeing you guys again very soon.
Absolutely. And of course, the only other people that I can forget the producer, Kevin Michael Reed, but I can't forget our members, in particular, our launch directors and flight engineers, except Jack Beyer. We appreciate all of you very much for your continued support.
Dang.
And thank you. We're honored to put your names at the end of the show here. With Kevin Michael Reed producing, I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I have been your host for this episode of The Flame Trench. I hope we brought the spice that we promised. Now it's time to cool things down with This Week in Spaceflight.
And here we go.
There's the W. Here's ignition.
Doubling up.
Did he just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, Gino.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
We did have an observation. 343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly! Bingo! Right in the center. Where's Jacqueline? There it is! That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No.
Oh my God.
Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.
Okay, can you hear me? What's going on? We're back. The camera is not. Now it is. Oh, man. I am tired, dudes. What'd you think of that flame trench? That's pretty good, right? It's been a nice 2 days. It has been a weird 2 days, dude. Do you have cerveza? No. You look tired? I'm tired, man. Yeah. I'm tired. You need to get that guy from the water delusion for an interview. Just parked like, okay, yep. Leaving now, you know. Well, all right. Let's figure out where we're at, dudes. Oh, look, it's going to snow. That's great. It's going to snow tomorrow. And tomorrow. It's going to snow until Monday. I said this earlier, but Isaacman's recent work on Starliner makes me feel a lot better about the Orion heat shield. I'm with you, Admiral. I thought the same thing, dude. Yeah, Tessa, I know about it. Not tomorrow. I thought just Sunday. This is telling me it's going to... Okay, so today there's a 90% chance of snow. Tomorrow there's a 70% chance of snow. On Sunday there's a 60% chance of snow. And on Monday there's a 95% chance of freezing rain. Did you get the shear pins for the snowblower? Yes. Yes, I did. Forza Ferrari, this is the year. That flip wing is kind of cool. Too bad the whole hybrid system is just stupid and they should just rip it out of the car because that's dumb. Just put a bigger turbo on it. Let's go back to the 80s, baby. Let's do this. So how your snowblower's treating you? Guys, I probably moved about 2 tons of snow on Thursday morning. I'd say 2 tons easily because it was wet snow. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say about maybe a ton. Maybe a ton of snow. Maybe not 2 tons. Maybe about a ton. When tomorrow? Because we're supposed to go do things. Yeah, I know. That's funny. I'm sure the percentage is not showing the chance. It shows how much percent in your area will snow. You think so, dude? Yeah, it's possible. It was snowing out when I was messing with the tools. The thing is genius. When in combo with their exhaust flap, and they've gone with a steel block, they have enough engine. They have an engine that can do 2/3 of the season on its own. Have you tried living somewhere that actually doesn't actively want you to die? I mean, I would say that this is weather-wise, this is the lesser of any evil. There's, in other parts of the country, there's tornadoes, earthquakes, hurricanes. I'll take blizzards. Out of those 4, I'll take blizzards. Blizzards is fine. They have steel cylinder heads, Hellfish. Really? They went with steel cylinder? Are they CNC ported? Like, are they billet? Like, well, no, not CNC ported. Are they? Yeah, I'm wondering, are they billet cylinder heads? Like, you'll take tornadoes over blizzards? You'll take hurricanes over blizzards? Okay. They are hewn from a single block of steel. There's some reporting that they were scrambling to get away from them too. Yeah, Caviar. That's what I'm kind of like. Tornadoes. All right. Hurricanes are good gathering parties. Spoken like a true Floridian, 48. Yours is about the only area in Eastern Mass that isn't under some sort of winter weather headline. Really? Oh, thank God. Wow. Whoa. Damn, dude. That sucks for everybody else. As a SoCal resident, earthquakes are the best. They're there and then they're gone before you could say, oh, yeah, but what about stuff like Loma Prieta, Crom? Like, just what happens when the big one happens, dude? The steel deals better with the heat of the new fuel. I'm wondering if it's like, can you imagine if they had like cast iron heads? But there's no way they're using cast iron. Like, it's too heavy, way too heavy. It's got to be like Ford, like a CNC billet or something. Do you know about the AI 2027 topic? Would love to hear your opinion on it. I don't, Yoshi. Yeah, I'm not, dude, I'm not the biggest guy, like, when it comes to AI. Like, it doesn't interest me. Like, that's the thing, dude. It should, but it really doesn't. I don't really care. I'm not familiar with that. With that being said, I'm not ignorant to what AI is or what it does. Like if you're in software engineering, you got a big problem here, like a big problem. So AI will do to the software industry what automation did to the automotive industry. Like I'm not ignorant of what AI does and like what it is. It just doesn't interest me, you know? It's about apocalypse. Oh, great. Great. Even like Chat GPT, Mind Drive, Grammy, you don't have a problem? Oh, well, hey, there you go. Yeah, I'm just, yeah, like I'm not ignorant to it, dude. Like it just doesn't interest me. Like, I don't know. Like Mind Drive, you can have conversations with Chat GPT all day, like about space. That's just stuff that I think about on the daily. Like, what if the space shuttle had 4 SRBs? You're like that's just stuff I do. Like I already do that. Like I don't need the AI to do that for me. Like that's what I do. You got a freaking repository. I am the space AI, dude. Like I know that's not how AI works. I get it. It will eventually learn at an exponential rate, etc., and it'll eventually surpass. Like I get it. I know how it works. It just synth, not AI. Okay, synth. Remember that. That's what it is about. Yoshi, if you want my honest opinion on this, I think that we do not have the resources to reach that singularity point. Honest to God opinion. We are nowhere near general intelligence right now. Granted, large language models are learning at an exponential rate for sure. This is a finite resource bottleneck. There's not enough RAM in the world. There's not enough RAM in the world to match the rate of growth. So it will get bottlenecked eventually.
The only way you're going to match it is if you expand out into space, which is what I agree with Elon Musk on. That's right. I think he's absolutely correct. If you mine stuff on the moon, you can do it 24/7, 365, a whole mess of untapped resources on the moon that you can use to bolster that growth and buck the global market trends of like raw material needs, like, like silicon wafers or whatever. Like I'm throwing out a bunch of buzzwords. Like, I think that's right. I think that's correct. I do not think we have the resources to hit that singularity as fast as we want to. AI will slow down because we can't scale fast enough. That, however, that's an interim thing. Very much an interim thing. We will look, we're adaptive. We're adaptive. If AI, the way I see it, Yoshi, is that if AI was enough to convince people to turn 3 Mile Island TMI1 back online, we'll scale to it. We will if we see it as if humanity sees it as a worthwhile venture. So, I don't know. Last, what's up, my dude? Panta, that doesn't work. That software was written out a long time ago. Safe to watch on stream.
ChatGPT, I was given a cup by a friend, and the top of the cup is sealed, and the bottom is open.
Want to see some?
Oh. ChatGPT, I was given a cup by a friend, and the top of the cup is sealed, and the bottom is open. How do I drink from this?
Well, unless you want to wear your drink as a fashion statement, that cup's not going to be very functional. A sealed top means there's no easy way in, and an open bottom means everything pours out. If it's some kind of joke or novelty item, you can have a laugh. Just grab a different cup when you actually want to drink something.
Hold up, so let me show you the cup, all right? You think this, I cannot drink from this. Is that correct?
Sure, if you show me the cup, I can take a look and see what's going on. If I can spot some kind of trick or a clever design, I'll let you know if there's a way.
It's right here.
I'm not seeing a cup on my end. Maybe the camera angle isn't showing it or it's not in view.
Do you see this orange thing?
Yes, I can see it now. It looks like a novelty cup indeed. If the top is sealed and the bottom is open, that's likely a gag gift. In practical terms, you won't be drinking from that one unless there's some hidden mechanism or a trick.
So what if I were to tell you that I could do something like this?
If you've got a trick up your sleeve, I'm
You
curious.
turn the cup right side
Maybe
up.
the sealed top isn't actually sealed.
Do
or
you
there's
see it now? I flipped it over.
Ah, I see. So it's one of those reversible designs. When flipped, the open side becomes the top. So yes, you've got a functional cup.
ChatGPT, I was given a cup.
Oh dear. Yeah, I would. Yoshi, for 2027, I wouldn't worry about it, man. And even if that wasn't a thing, I don't think we can scale fast enough at the rate of growth that AI works at. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Kind of hope I'm wrong. Like I said, guys, I'm not ignorant to AI. There are so many applications with that thing that are super useful. That we've benefited from it with the Suno music, right? Like that's really good music. I haven't been listening to it as much, but it is good tunes, right? He's demonstrating that it only knew what it was told. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, of course. Was that not the intention there? I'm confused. Was I supposed to see something else? I know.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Turns out AI isn't very good at engineering. Yeah, look at those AI. I mean, it's only as good as what you can prompt it, dude. It's not about end at 2027. The project is called that. Interesting reading if you have time to spare. I don't have much. I don't have a lot of time to spare, Yoshi, but if you want to link me up, dude, I'm sure I'll find it. It's just I might end up reading it like a month from now. You know? JDI, hey, what's up, man? 69-month resub. Nice. Here's the link. Okay, I got it.
They predict the impact of superhuman AI over the next decade will be enormous, exceeding that of the Industrial Revolution. We wrote a scenario that represents our guess about what it might look like. It's informed by trend extrapolations, war games. Shall we play a game? Expert feedback, experience at OpenAI, and forecasting success. Interesting. Neat. No racing tonight? No, I shuttered Friday Night Racing. Max was getting burned out on it, and I just... Yeah, I want to race, but not, it just really doesn't generate it. There's not enough people that come and race with us. It is what it is, dudes. We're only doing 2 races this year. We already did the 2.4 hours at Le Mans, and then 2.4 hours at Daytona, and then we're going to do the Le Mans race in June. Yeah, Alex, yeah. Go to Bremo, get out of here. AI in war games mean calculating all possible outcome permutation outcomes based on each action in the chain of actions. No, I know. Yeah, I got you, man. Yeah. That's why I referenced war games, because that's what they were training the Whopper on, which arguably is a large language model in the 80s before large language models existed. Tell her about your tools. What do you mean tell her about her tools? Melon Farmer, she orchestrated this thing, or at least helped. Will there be... What racing game do you play? Scott, we did play Assetto Corsa with a custom mod pack, but yeah, I've had some other ideas for what to do with Friday Night Racing for what it's worth. I was thinking, maybe we get the people that do race Friday Night Racing, and we do an iRacing. We do an iRacing event. We get all the best drivers from Friday Night Racing. We do an iRacing event, and what I do is I crew chief with chat. I don't drive, I crew chief. So no Factorio? Brother, my wife is saying she wants to hang out, dude. Like, what do you want me to do? Daddy, you put me in a really bad spot. That's kind of what I was thinking. For racing, though. I think that would be kind of a cool idea. That'd be a cool thing to mess with if you guys would be interested in that. You love the unboxing stream today. Looking forward to more garage stuff. Dudes, I have to get up there and I have to clean the garage to to slot this toolbox in where I need it, where I could use it to work. Get her to play Factorio. 5-head. Bree, would you like Factorio? I don't know if that's your cup of tea. I mean, it might be. I don't know. Maybe. Garage cleaning stream then? Maybe next week. Oh. Yeah, I'm running out of gas, dudes. I'm going to call it here. Clean the shop tomorrow. I can't. I'm leaving now. I'm leaving now. Wasn't you? All right. Anyway. Yeah. Fellas, Bree lets me sit up here and play video games for like 60, 70 hours a week, dude. So I wouldn't say that. But anyway. Top tier trench. All right, guys. Hey, good night. Have a good weekend. I'll see you guys all on Monday. I'll see if we can get up here early. Let me just check the schedule for what we got. Are there any other big launches? Of course, there's 2 Starlinks tomorrow. There's a lot of launches scheduled for next week. Holy crap. And a lot of Starlinks. There's That's Not a Knife. Seriously, that's what an Electron payload is called. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. Stairway to 7 from Firefly. Good stuff. The factory grows on Monday. Yeah. Yeah. If I'm clearing snow on Monday morning, I'll see you guys at noontime, okay? Next week we'll get more work out in the shop. I have to start fabricating up the inner rocker panels so we can start actually fixing that instead of just cutting more rust out. Yeah. Yeah, if we get that rocker squared away, that's yeah, pretty significant amount of rust out of the car, which is good. 8 to 24 inches on Monday. I'm leaving. I gotta go. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. All right, guys. I'll see you guys then. Have a good weekend. I'll see you on Monday. Thank you very much. This was a fun week. Thank you for the tools. I do appreciate it. We'll put those tools to work next week. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night.